Morgen. Konnichiwa. Hello. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this early hour. I hope everyone has had some caffeine or whatever makes you more awake in an early time. Very nice to see you all. My name is Sandra Fauconnier, and these are our esteemed panelists for today around the topic of tabular data versus structured data. First, I will briefly introduce the panelists. If they want to say more about themselves, they can very soon. Right to your right on the couch is Lydia Pincher. I think she doesn't need much introduction in this room, but she has been the portfolio lead for Wikidata, supporting the Wikidata community since the beginning. Yes, Lydia is one of our pillars. Then next to Lydia, we have Calder Gonzalez, who is Executive Director of the Basque Wikimedians user group and a long-term Wikimedian. And he is an active user of tabular data, and he will tell you more about that. And then all the way over there, not last but not least, is also someone we've known for a long time, Jan Ainali, who has been a Wikimedian since 2006, admin on Swedish Wikipedia, mostly active on Wikidata, and living in the Netherlands, like me, which is a good country to live in. So we will have a panel around the topic of tabular data versus structured data. The panelists will introduce the concept to you and will show you some examples, just to be very brief, for people for who the concept is new. With structured data, we mean if you go to a Wikidata item, you see a long list, usually, like the Wikidata item for Paris is a long list of all the properties, all the statements about that city, the data statements about that city. For instance, like when, I don't know, who is the current mayor, I don't know which country it is in, I think that's France. So it's various statements. And tabular data is data basically that is in a table. Combining both is interesting and relevant for our community and for the future of how we work with data, because of reasons I think the panelists will explain better than I can. So yeah, I think without further ado, I would like to give the mic to Lydia, and everyone will walk onto the podium and give a short presentation. They follow logically, and then after that we will have a short discussion and hopefully also some discussion with the room. So take it away, Lydia.
Thank you, Sandra. Welcome, everyone. We are talking about how do we get to a win-win for tabular data versus structured data, and that's why I'm going to start with building a sustainable and scalable Wikidata and what all of that has to do with tabular data. So there are two things that play into this. One is Wikidata is pushing the limits of what our technology and our social systems have been built for. And on the other hand, Wikibase was never quite meant for high-frequency timeline data. And let me show you what we mean by that. So Sandra was already mentioning, if you go to a Wikidata item like here, you will see a list of statements. And sometimes these statements have a long list of values. For example, in the case of country items where we tracked the case fatality rate for COVID-19 with a daily frequency. That meant a lot of data that we're not really well equipped to deal with on an item page. And then when we talk about tabular data on Wikimedia Commons, we talk about something like this, which is a table, so to say, that's why tabular data, which has all the values over time and has been much more purposefully built for that type of data. Now, let's go back to Wikidata pushing the limits. I will just scratch the surface of it. There's also a poster outside if you want to dig more into it. But basically, Wikidata has more and more data and more edits. It has some redundant data that we maybe don't need, and the query service is struggling. And the development team, together with the community, with the Wikimedia Foundation and others, are taking steps to address those, such as For the more data and edits, we're working on policies. There's currently a discussion around the mass editing policy and reforming the notability policy that you can get involved in. We have been building out and pushing the Wikibase ecosystem so that more and more organizations and groups of people run their own Wikidata-like knowledge graph for more specialized data. We've been working on storage improvements and we'll continue that, and much more. In terms of redundant data, we've introduced default labels, the more language code. We've been talking about automated descriptions that could remove some of the redundant descriptions that we have. And for the query service, we have done the graph split to move data about scholarly articles into a separate graph. We've built additional APIs, and we're about to move from BlazeGraph as the backend for the query service to Clever as the backend, which should be much more performant. And again, those are just some of the things that we've been working on, more on the poster outside. Now, tabular data can, in my opinion, especially help us with the first point there. As you've seen before, items can get very big through such high-frequency timeline data, and of course also produce a large number of edits to put that in. Now, when I say Wikibase wasn't quite built for high-frequency timeline data, what I mean by that is, for example, that the UI we have and related tooling hasn't really been optimized for statements with or it has been optimized for statements with a few discrete values as opposed to thousands of values. Also, I believe that a knowledge graph is maybe not the ideal solution for storing such high-frequency timeline data. And the issue maybe felt most acutely by editors is that page size limits on Wikidata kick in pretty quickly then, and the item becomes uneditable, which is also not very useful. And curious enough, this of course happens especially on the popular items such as countries, which we don't want. So what do I think we need? I think it would be amazing if we have great tabular data support on Wikimedia Commons and integrate that tightly with Wikidata so that you can combine that data from Wikidata and tabular data on Commons to build really great applications and visualizations. And with that, I hand over to Galder, who will talk about some of these examples of what we can build with that.
Thanks, Lydia. So in the Basque Wikimedia's user group, we are currently, it's a work in progress. We are working on this idea of tabular data. I will explain why. It's not only about how we show information, it's also how we store that. So just to remember, this is important because we said that by 2030, Wikimedia will become the essential infrastructure of the ecosystem of free knowledge, and anyone who shares our vision will be able to join us. And showing information graphically is an essential infrastructure. So it's not something that we have thought about this, it's something that is an essential pillar of our mission. So using data at Wikipedia or Wikimedia, currently we have two main options. The first one is querying from Wikidata with limited embedded option. We can embed some graphs, some charts. There are some options that we can do, but I mean, Wikidata can show you a map, and we can't literally embed that map in a Wikipedia article or a Wikibooks or whatever you want. The other option is adding graphs from Commons tabular data or Wikidata. I mean, we can do some very limited things. So this practical case I'm going to show you is how we push that limits, how we do something more, and what we can't still do. You know that now we can't add graphs, now we add charts. It's a change that was in the naming of the software after the Wikimedia Foundation closed the graphs system and started with the charts system. So that's why I'm going to use charts instead of graphs. Okay, so the problem with charts. This is a software we have from last year, I think, one year and a half, something like that. Well, it's suboptimal. I mean, it's not a good software. It's poorly designed, and it's not what we need. We can show lines, we can show pie graphs, but we can do many things that are very useful for, I don't know, stacked charts, X, Y extrapolations, these kind of things that are very basic in social sciences, for example, or in climate change or whatever, and we can't do that. It's very limited, and in my opinion, it's designed to be forgotten, so we don't use it a lot, and then no one needs to improve the software itself. So now it's limited to lines, actually. So first of all, what does tabular data look like? It's basically uploading a CSV in JSON format, and you can actually upload a CSV or an XLS. There are tools for that. So there are some examples of how we can store data in commons. One of those will be, let's say, population per municipality. And this is in the case of Hendaya in the northern Basque Country, where we have the population since 1793 until 2023 will be the last data. And you even have there the source of that data when it exists. And prior of that, there is no source. It is like from historical data. So you can do this, and you can use this in the article Hendaya, in this case, to show, let's go to demography, to show this nice graph of population that is a little bit limited interactivity, but you can do that. So this case will be one data file per municipality, county, whatever you want to show. The other idea will be, for example, grouping those into provinces or whatever, and this is a case of population distribution for a given year in a whole province. I put this, there is a limit in commons that it can be more than 2 megabytes, so you have to be wise on how you split the data. So this will be a way to do a population pyramid for the province of Navarra, and it has, you see all the municipalities there are a lot of them. I don't know, 290 or whatever, and it's age distribution, so we can try to show that and filter that in some way. And the other way will be, for example, uploading the life expectancy of all countries in the world in the same time series, instead of dividing that, and this will be a real example we are working on. It will take a little bit because it's nearly 2 megas. So you have the country code that in this case is Aruba, and the year and the value, and then it goes to the next one that I think is Afghanistan, and then it goes to the next one that is, I don't know which is this one. So you have these ways of showing data. There may be more, but you have to see in a CSV how it works. So what can be done actually using tabular data? The project we are working on with the University of the Basque Country and some other volunteers is uploading the World Development Indicators from the World Bank into Commons, and look for a system that we can do this in a systematic way. To grasp what we are talking about, the World Bank has 1,400 indicators for countries CC BY licensed. This is only the World Bank. If you add UNESCO, World Food Organization, or whatever, we calculate that there are around 8,000 different indicators, so we can't have a property in each country to show all the values, because it will be 8,000 properties with 60 or 65 points in time, which will take, you have there, 1,400 by 200 countries by 64 years is 80 million data points. And that is only for that World Bank indicator. So we can't do that in the fashion we do, like each year we add the data for population, because it breaks Wikidata and it doesn't work. So yeah, it's unpractical. We can't create 104,000 properties, and that will only be for World Bank. Adding its data point will be too much. Metadata can't be easily explained in Wikidata, because in World Bank they say how they collect that data, And that is also very relevant, like how are they collecting the data? So we can't model that easily in Wikidata. But we can upload the data and metadata to commons. And we can model each of the data sets at Wikidata, although we need a general property to model, to say this tabular data belongs to this. And we have now 2 students from the University of the Basque Country and some professors. They're working on this. And when I say now is now, hello, I think they are seeing the presentation. So how we model this? Let's say life expectancy. Life expectancy has this Q, and we can point to the data series. We need a property for that, maybe. And the data series itself explains where in commons we have that item. So if you go to this one, well, I have it in Basque, but life expectancy, and here you have something. And here we have a list of elements. Ideally, it should be another property. There is a discussion to open a property, but you have here the data series from the World Bank. So if I go to the data series of the World Bank, it's displayed that this is the World Bank's life expectancy one, and you have there what is life expectancy at birth, and demography from the World Bank, and the catalog code is this, it's starting this year, and this is the original URL where you can see that. And, well, we can see here, and we need a new property, the actual data, that is the one I already showed. And in the commons page, we can also add in the talk which are the data series and the metadata of this data if any researcher wants to look at that. So that will be the way we have envisioned it. There can be other ways, and we can discuss about ontologies and whatever, but this is a way to show it. So, and we can also query like which data series talk about, let's say, demography or life expectancy, and you will have all data series from which year to what year or whatever. So then we can have a module that is called module country filter. It's in commons that separates the information by country and year. So we can create a chart definition for each of the indicators and use it as a graph or a map. How? We can do a simple graph with a simple template we call which country to show, or we can even make it fully automatic using Wikidata. We can get the country data automatically translated from Wikidata, and it's currently available in Basque and in English in yesterday night, 11:30, so not actually available, but you can see it in Basque. So it says, here it shows Aruba, because it's the first one. But you can also show like Canada, France, those or whatever, and you just show the graph, and the code is really simple. It's just this. I mean, you have the country code, and it's done. And we can also make choropleth maps. We have developed a module called Tab to Map. So it can show you, can see it here. Well, this is the module. I'm not going to. Okay, so let's say here the template. So you can use, this is, for example, life expectancy at birth. You can also filter like, just but show me in 1962, or show me, this is CO2 emissions, I think, yes, by country, and this shows like in this year, but show me with this color scheme, and or this year with this color scheme, so you have some options for that. We can actually do this with Wikidata, but it's complex because, for example, if you want to show like their population or electoral results, you need to have one election data item per electoral district, which will become like millions of items showing that. So it's more complex. It's limited to a set of properties. And, well, the good thing of Wikidata is that it's possible to query and compare, and that is good, and we can't still do that in tabular data. And we can also mix. We can do things like automatically showing a chart based on a Wikidata property, or here we have the implementation of the pyramid in the right, which is a Lua module, and in the left is a population taken from Wikidata. So you can actually mix the best of both worlds. What can't be done? We can't easily query TAF files. You have to build very specific things. You can't upload a data set starting with null. So let's say that Aruba doesn't have a data for 1960. You can't upload that. You have to fake it and then change it. So it's quite a messy thing. We can't make simple XY plots like, I don't know, per capita, GDP per capita versus life expectancy. Replicating something like our working data will be very costly because everything has to load everything from Commons. By the way, there is another session in the afternoon about our working data in Agora. We can make things that, like showing weather and climate data, because we can't mix different kind of graphics in the same graph, in the same chart. We can add links in tab descriptions. And we can't update things with OpenRefine. And that's also a caveat that Wikidata does great. So I'm going with Jan.
Thank you, Galder, for showing the possibilities. So I have been done a little bit of wiki archive digging. This is, of course, not the first time this has been discussed at all. And some of these things started a very long time ago. So these are some of the main things that have been discussed, and I'm going to go through them a little bit one by one. So as Lydia explained, we cannot store, to make items on Wikidata as big as possible. There's a size limit, and this has happened that the Q183 Germany got too big and caused some problems, and there's some fabricators. And that was basically not like one large time series. It was just a very detailed, modeled, roundabout good item that got into this. And this also led to discussions spawning off, do we need all of these reverse properties? One of them was, do we want the list of all the heads of state in this, or do we want to create an item for the office and instead that way pointing back, which of course will reduce the problem. And then we really ran into something tricky with the COVID-19 items where people wanted to record high detail. And of course, this was in the news. It was easy to source. It was published open data, so it was also easy to automate. Quite recently, and in 2024, there was a short discussion to start clean up of this. Quite early, it was moved from the country items to an item about the pandemic, and then later also those became too big. So now we do have a few specific properties pointing to tabular data. So a bot moved all of that, but there's still some things that lingers. The one that Lydia showed before was the case fatality rates that are still not moved. So that's one of those examples. And then we have had this big import of scholarly articles, but here it's not the import of many articles, but rather that some articles have a lot of authors, up into the thousands and even more. And these are the ones that if you look at Wikidata long pages, where you can actually see some of those articles. And this we haven't really resolved how to do it yet. This is not a time series. This is just many statements for one property. And then the entire Wikimedia Commons data namespace, how it came about. And this has been talked about for many, many years. There was an early proposal that led to a comparison. Where do we want this to live? Do we want this to live on Wikidata? If we want it on Wikidata, how do we want it there? And in the end, it sort of made sense to put it on Commons because that's a place we have resources that we share between the different projects. And there was a community vote on Wikimedia Commons. Do we want to have it here? Do we want to be the stewards of this kind of content? And they agreed to host it. And as Galder said, there's still a limit that prevents the huge series, but it does enable shards. And I think this was the 12th birthday, we had a discussion at the meetup in the Netherlands, where I came up with some sort of like concrete proposal for how can we solve this issue, because we want to be able to have large time series and we want to be able to query it. And while no one really had an opinion on the proposal as such, it was all coming down to, well, this is a workaround for the real problem that we cannot store the data. So that's where that discussion got stuck. But there was also this sense, but we have to do something. And there was the hope that the Wikidata team would do something, but as Lydia has explained, that might not be so easy. And the proposal in itself, is much like a smaller proposal than Galder drew out some big visions. This is a much easier one. Basically, we're just storing the latest value on a statement, and everything historical, we'll move that to a tabular file on Commons, hopefully automated so that the users don't need to edit two places when they update or add a new one. And then, of course, we need a social way, a policy or guidelines for how do we specify for what pointing where and what do we point to. But if we manage to get to such a system, we don't even need to invent something new on Wikidata to just point that around. But what we might need to do is extend the query service to then also take this in like if you want to query a time series. And that will, of course, really need that the data is stored exactly to the specification, and perhaps just say, no, you're pointing to an invalid file. Maybe helpful, more helpful, but basically saying that if you're not giving me the data in the right way, we cannot do anything. So that's a very, I would say, low effort way we could solve it in one way. Galder has some higher ambitions that would enable us to do more things. And I think we will have a good discussion about this right now. So I'm going to end it there and just put us back on the first slide.
Thanks for the short presentations. Oh, yes. Great, thank you. We had a good run-through from the bigger issue that we are facing, actual already innovation happening around it, and then also a little step backwards to look at also the broader discussion happening around it. Just one question I had, Jan, and I just realized it while I see your slides now. You said the Wikidata birthday, but that's a few years ago already, right? How recent are the conversations around this? Yeah. Or was it, when was that again that we discussed that?
Yes, yeah. That was, I think, the 12th birthday, so we had at the 14th now, right? 14th
okay,
is
so
coming.
2 years
so
ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 11th,
yeah.
but it was some time ago when we had this meetup at the
I remember.
Dutch office. So,
yeah.
And just a week afterwards, I put it to the project chat, summarizing what we came up to, and people basically agreed, yes, this is a workaround. Do we want to do it? We don't want to do a workaround. We want a real solution, was basically the opinion then. But also there was like, we're not in a good place right now, so we need to do something. But of course, a project chat where there's no other new solution, that just dies off.
Yeah, I think that's also the purpose of this session, to bring the topic again to a broader audience. I was just also wondering, while the presentations were going on, I'm curious why people are in the room here, and I'm just wondering if there are people in the room who are already working with tabular data on Commons in some way. So if you use tab files, please raise your hand to just give an impression of people already doing stuff with this. Do we see hands? We see one hand there, one hand here. Various, I think like 5 hands or something. That's really good. Okay, please come together. That's, I think, already a first outcome that we wish to have from this panel is like, let's take this discussion forward. I'm actually not sure about the logistics of this session, whether we have a microphone that can go around for questions. I'm
monitoring the chat.
Sorry?
I'm monitoring the chat.
Excuse me? Online chat. Oh, we have a question in the online chat. What shall we do? You go with
I can start with one question because
yes.
that came already
Great.
when Galder was talking. Can you edit the content by uploading a CSV over the existing one rather than using the editor?
Yes. Oh, you say, yeah, not using the editor? I think not.
No.
I think no. What we are trying to do in this project is making like an automated system. It's called ETL, that is extract, transform, and load, that will check if there is a new version in the World Bank and then upload it over the other one. But as far as I know, you can't convert a CSV to JSON and then just paste it, editing. But I don't think it's not like uploading a file to Commons. It's actually uploading data, so it's very different.
I actually have a follow-up question to that. When I look at this, I'm not an active user of the tabular data myself, although I'm totally aligned with it would be great to have it. The first thing I'm thinking is how all the data sets, like the World Bank data sets, of course, update every year or updates regularly. Population data gets updated. And I can imagine that's also a challenge that we will have, like how do we keep the data up to date and what kind of workflows do we need for that? Is that also something you have thought about in projects or have encountered or people have worked on? Or
Well, it's a little bit of a technical challenge, but also like, well, who will do the update? So we have to agree on that. But otherwise, it's just editing like anything. You hit the edit button, and if when you open a data tab, you're thrown right into the JSON structure, which is, of course, you can just copy a line and paste and edit the new values and add it in. Or you can hit edit as a table. Then you actually do get a bit of a graphical interface. I'm not sure if you can add new lines on that one.
I don't know.
No. So that it might be tricky. So you actually have to go into the JSON. But, of course, JSON is a machine-readable format, so we could create bots that go in, update this, and have another kind of system to do it, which also would make more sense, because every year, even like for the World Bank, it could be many data sets we want to update at the same time. So it might not be a job really fit for a human.
No, it's not. No, now we have allotted 8, just to see how the concept works. As I say, it's 1,400, and for all international agencies of the United Nations and related, it's around 8,000. So it's not something that I would say a normal human, but we have humans that do like to do those things. But for most humans, it will be like, no, that is boring. And also, it's not like they renew every year, like the 1st of January. It will be they come. So I don't know the solution, but because we don't have it yet, but we think as a solution, having something like, I don't know, in GitHub or whatever, that is a cron that actually looks if the data has changed, and if it has changed, it loads the new version to Commons, so it's update, and also with a timestamp, like saying this has been updated this day. Because most of those are annual ones, but there are others like weather, or you said yesterday, river flow information updated every 15 minutes. So there are some other data that maybe are more granular, and doing it by hand, I think it's not possible to do it by hand. Or it's possible, but it's very complex to do it, and be sure that it's done.
So what I'm...
That's okay.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is basically a call for someone who's enthusiastic about data and bot writing to support some of that work.
We immediately got a follow-up question in the chat here. They're on fire. Hey asks, if we do a good editor for tabular data on Commons, isn't that also a great opportunity to create an open source spreadsheet editor for us? I think that you want to answer?
That sounds very ambitious because a spreadsheet editor is, I think, 2 levels above a tabular data editor in terms of markup you want and all of that.
Functions and all of that stuff as well. Yes, it
So
seems
let's
a little
maybe
bit
keep
more.
it achievable.
Yes.
Well, but we have here in the audience the people from Wikifunctions. Maybe they can think on that.
Someone also points out that there is a fork of the Wikidata query service that OpenStreetMap uses that are supporting querying tabular data and CSV, so we might not need to develop that from scratch either.
Okay, worth having a look.
Maybe just a general question for you, Lydia. When you see the wish lists of what we need, I know that a lot of things are also not really like technical in nature, they're also social in nature. Is this a topic that also in the Wikidata team has been looked at already or not? And when you see actually the wish lists and with your wisdom of what works in the Wikidata community, how do you look at it as the Wikidata team, and do you have recommendations yourself or thoughts?
Yeah, as I was saying, I think we should have it and we should make much more use of it and it should be much more amazing. We have talked about it a lot as one of the levers we have to help Wikidata be more sustainable. And part of the problem is that this is one of the things the team doesn't right now have capacity for, and it's also a bit outside the scope of the Wikidata development team. So it hasn't made its way up to the top of the list yet of all the things we are doing to make Wikidata more sustainable and scalable. But it is also a great opportunity, I think, for someone to jump in and take a look at the existing code. There are mosquitoes on the stage. Yes. It's very. It's a great opportunity for someone to have a look at the code of the existing gadgets, for example, and see how to make that more user-friendly. Think about some bot work that can be done to automate more of it and make it more user-friendly. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for all of us to move the needle.
And also low-hanging fruit for volunteer developers, for instance.
Yeah.
So it's not all about the heavy lift of, I don't know, because when I look at the query requests, that sounds something that goes more in the direction of what would be in the bulk camp of, I think that would be a good one to have, but that's more high level, but more the scripting that we just discussed, that's, so if people in the room feel like, hey, this is an interesting challenge, then great. I was wondering also, unless we have questions really from the chat.
The chat is on fire, really. So that's I'm hardly keeping up. But I think here's a general one, a little bit that Galder perhaps could answer. There's a lot of websites that has a lot of data in various kinds of formats. Why do we want to store it on Commons?
Well, because it's the only way we have to show them in Wikipedia or any other Wikimedia project. I mean, it's like we can also do our world in that approach. I repeat, there is another one in the afternoon to talk about that. But our only way to show data coming, I don't know, like it's food data or whatever. There is lots. Climate data is stored in there on ourselves. So Commons is the only solution. Well, it's the only viable solution. The other one is Wikidata, but as I said, it's not the perfect one. So yeah, we need it.
Yeah. I think it's a meta discussion as well. It's not just about tabular data, but you also hear from lots of cultural institutions, like, why do you copy our files to Commons? And we have the very good reason that we want to be in control, and it's the way how to serve data to our projects. But I can imagine it's a bigger discussion to have, like, is this sustainable for us as well? And wouldn't it also be beneficial for building relationship with organizations out there that we have a stronger integration with just the sources out there? There are all sorts of discussions around it and pitfalls. What if the source, doesn't exist anymore? But yeah, I think that's a broader discussion than just the tabular data.
And I also got the question a little bit wrong. It wasn't only about why do we want it on Commons. It was also why do we want to store it as the .tab kind of thing, rather than some other data format.
Is the format we have.
Yes.
Someone in the foundation decided that was the system, I think.
I think there's that, and there's also something to be said for standardizing. Because if you have to build visualizations and so on top of 5 different formats, that's very different from being able to standardize on one. So I think if there are important data sources that don't provide tabular data or .tab, then let's build converters where that's necessary.
And one of the beautiful things with the system that we do have right now that may not be so obvious if you look at one specific data file is that they're also translatable on Commons. So you can have the columns and everything with local language, and also the charts, which unfortunately we don't have that many right now. So if you go into a random one, it might only be in one language.
Oh, fantastic. Yes, fantastic. Thank you.
Oh, we got a volunteer runner. Thank you.
So just if anyone wants to ask a question from the audience, I'm here to carry the microphone. I'm not doing anything else.
Is there any question from the audience? We can't tell.
There's one up there.
There.
So I wanted to ask about the categorization of those tabular files. Many years ago, I proposed a temporary solution of categorizing talk pages instead, because if you insert a category in the file itself, it will be treated as a part of a file, not as a category. And this temporary solution lives on, and maybe we should do it in a proper way, I think.
Now it's possible to categorize the file itself. So that's in JSON, like Commons category thing, and you can categorize it. So that's one of the things that we need, because there are actually thousands of data files in Commons that are not categorized now.
Yes, but I think also one of the points is that when we do categorize it, it's stored in the JSON, so it's sort of in the file as well.
Yeah. Hello. First, I have a little bone to pick with the name of the talk. I think it might have been clear if it were tabular data versus graph data. I mean, tabular data is structured. It's arguably more structured than graph data because there's a non-flexible schema. Anyway, doesn't matter. My question is about one obvious limitation of tabular data is lack of provenance. URL or whatever it is, presumably. I mean, the cases you mentioned, like fatalities or the authors of an article, presumably those all come from single source. But for things like if you have, 500 different population figures for a country, that sort of thing, and each one potentially comes from a different place, could it make sense to have the provenance data be part of the table, or is it simply not doable in that structure?
I don't see why you wouldn't be able and willing to put that into the tabular data.
Yeah, and I think one of the examples you had also had the sources for each line as in one column.
Yes, you can add the source there. Or if it's the same source for everything, you can as like a reference, and that's one of the things we have been working on in this project, is how we reference, because it's not only the source, it's also how that source is compiling the data. Let's say, for example, the population of India is actually the census is actually happening in every 10 years or something like that, but the World Bank gives every year, and it's a fake calculation, and they say how they do it. So if you want to go, you go to the talk page, you have the reference there, and then you see how it works. So this kind of data can be, yeah, it's tricky, but you can put the source like in, you can even add a column called annotations, and you add whatever you can, limited to 400 characters. So not very long annotations, but you can add there like references or whatever.
Hi, everyone. One question. Instead of recreating a spreadsheet tool, which is, I totally agree, way above the complexity of anything like that, there is a tool by Open Knowledge Foundation, which is the Open Data Editor, which can be very close to our needs, that can be easily integrated or connected somehow. So the question is there something in the other areas in the space, or friends in other organizations that can help us go in that direction?
I think that's definitely something worth looking at, but I think the closest relationship is with our World and Data, the work you've been doing, right? Do you want to say a bit more about that?
Yes, our World in Data does all of these things. Like, the problem is it's easy buy, but it's semi-closed. I mean, we can't change the software itself, or we can't add new lines. So they decide what they want to show, and they are very good doing that. They are really good. So we can embed their graphs and their maps, but we can't use their software with new CSVs that we want to create. So that's granularity. And imagine that this is a thing that came when we were designing this. If you go to the World Bank or to our World in Data or whatever, you have 1 point for India and 1 point for Luxembourg, which, with total respect of the people of Luxembourg, doesn't make sense a lot if you want to actually know what is happening in the world, because India is like 1.4 billion citizens, and Luxembourg, I don't know, very, very small country. So the way we can do this in commons in ourselves will allow us adding more granularity, because we have all the constituencies of, I don't know, for example, from India, coming from OpenStreetMap, so we can do very granular maps that our World in Data can't do, ideally. However, this needs someone from India. If there is someone from India in the room that wants to help us with this, it will be great. We'll need someone from India actually uploading that data to work on that, and so that if it's that possible. So there are other solutions. Yes, there are. However, maybe it doesn't fit all the needs we have.
No, but as a general, I think the question was like, do we want to collaborate with others instead of developing things from scratch? Yes. I think that is really what we do want, and especially we want to collaborate with things that are active in development and active use, so that we can see a long-time support for it. If you go to the MediaWiki extension :chart right now, it says support level pending. So it's under investigation what support we even have for our own software. So it's good to take that into consideration when selecting what are we building on.
Just as a moderator, time check. I see that we are 25. I would say one more question, remark, and then we round off this panel. And yeah, hereby strong invitation for people interested to find the speakers here and band together. Maybe one last question or remark? Still silence in the room or in the chat? If not, then
actually the chat is on fire.
Sorry? Yes.
There are a lot of comments there.
Hard time following everything, but also talking to each other,
Okay,
mentioning
great.
different solutions.
Yes, yes.
But that's great. I mean,
Yes.
we need solutions, and it's
Yes.
something that is quite exciting because it's a new way of showing things. Wikidata didn't solve everything we needed, and that's great. We need new ways. So if anyone after the meeting also wants to show something or work on this, please let us know.
Yeah, and I think that if there's anything I want to put out here is we're reinitiating. There's been a lot of discussions before. It must not stop now. Let's continue this and do it in your own communities as well, because we're just a few Wikimedians thinking, and we have not solved all the problems yet. So we need everyone to get together on this.
Is there a wiki project around this or something, or maybe?
Unfortunately not
That's
yet,
an
I
action
think.
point. I don't know.
There is in Wikidata a discussion for adding 2 new properties, and no one, well, there is only one answer saying, can you clarify more? So yes, we need that. Our aim in this indicators thing will be trying to document it, and maybe that creates a wiki project on how we do that. So maybe there. And there are some sparse places in Wikidata and Commons of people, I don't know, sustainable development. It's like, okay, we can upload this. There is people working on climate change. There is people working, but there is no something like for a workforce for tabular data.
Yet, but yes. Thank you, everyone, and have a great rest of your day. See you around.
Hi everyone. I'm so glad to see all of you for this roundtable. Just a quick statement before the beginning of this roundtable. All the speakers are French-speaking persons, so we will talk together in French. So if you need it, I remember that you have a AI transcription system, Linto, that you can use, or you have some headset just in front of the amphitheater, that also you can use. So that's it. Thank you very much, and so we will start. So, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Donc, bienvenue pour cette table ronde sur comment protéger le savoir libre et faire un petit retour en arrière de 10 ans et discuter ensemble des grands enjeux autour des libertés numériques. Nous sommes exactement 10 ans après une étape clé pour le numérique en France, à savoir la promulgation en 2016 de la loi pour le public numérique, portée par Madame Axelle Lemaire ici présente. Ce texte traduisait une ambition forte, poser les bases d'un numérique ouvert et protecteur en consacrant l'open data par défaut, la neutralité du net, l'ouverture des codes sources et la liberté de panorama. Bon, pas complète pour le projet Wikimedia, mais c'était déjà un premier pas. Mais en 10 ans, le paysage s'est profondément structuré et pour répondre aux nouveaux défis posés par les grandes plateformes, les défis de sécurité, la désinformation, les monopoles en place, un vaste cadre réglementaire s'est imposé, notamment en Europe, RGPD, DSA, DMA, AI Act, Directive Copyright et tant d'autres. Ce contexte de régulation et l'essor de l'IA générative redéfinissent les règles du jeu pour l'accès à l'information et la réutilisation des données. Et donc, face à cela, une question centrale se pose aujourd'hui pour notre communauté Wikimedia et pour bien d'autres communautés de l'open source. Comment est-ce que les projets citoyens ouverts et autogérés, ainsi que le système des communs, peuvent-ils continuer à développer leur modèle alternatif et préserver en même temps les libertés fondamentales du net. Et donc pour cela, j'ai la chance d'avoir du coup avec moi 3 invités exceptionnels, notamment évidemment Madame Axelle Lemaire. Donc vous êtes aujourd'hui Executive Director Sustainability and Sovereignty at Soprasteria, et donc ancienne secrétaire d'État au numérique et architecte de cette loi en 2016. J'ai aussi du coup à côté de moi Emma Garani, directrice du pôle commun numérique à la direction interministérielle du numérique. Et nous avons avec nous en ligne Nena Nwakanma, cofondatrice de la Free Software and Open Source Foundation for Africa. Mais vous m'avez dit de vous présenter comme la Nena de l'Internet, donc c'est comme ça que je vous présente également. Voilà, donc merci en tout cas à toutes les 3 de vous être rendues disponibles pour cette table ronde. Et donc, pour commencer, évidemment, je vais vous donner la parole en première, Madame Axelle Lemaire. Lorsque vous portiez cette loi en 2016, quel Internet vouliez-vous construire? Et avec le recul, aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce qui a fonctionné et peut-être qu'avons-nous manqué?
Merci pour le propos introductif et bonjour à toutes et tous. Je vais essayer de parler lentement pour la traduction et les non-francophones. On pourrait faire cette table ronde en anglais, mais je trouve que c'est très important, surtout en ce moment, de défendre la diversité culturelle et linguistique. Donc, merci aussi de vous adapter à ce contexte. Alors, cette loi, elle a 10 ans. Elle fête ses 10 ans. Vous, c'est 25. La loi, c'est 10. Et je considère que les principes assez structurants présents dans la loi pour une république numérique continuent d'être importants et de fait continuent de s'appliquer. Alors le contexte a changé, mais peut-être qu'il faut plus encore, au vu de ce nouveau contexte, affirmer l'importance de ces principes. J'en rappelle quelques-uns. Et alors Wikipédia et Wikimedia ont un angle assez particulier, mais moi j'ai considéré que cette loi permettait des objectifs au-delà des sujets adressés spécifiquement par Wikipédia. Les objectifs, c'était la liberté et la circulation des savoirs. C'était l'affirmation de la neutralité de l'Internet, de son ouverture, de son indépendance et aussi de son caractère accessible. Donc c'est une loi qui a tenu à donner une dimension sociale forte aux problématiques autour de l'Internet. Ça s'est traduit par un certain nombre de principes. Alors, tu l'as dit, la promotion du logiciel libre, le fait que l'open source soit présent par d'autres dispositions, parce qu'en fait, en demandant aux administrations publiques d'ouvrir les codes sources utilisés pour prendre des décisions individuelles concernant des administrés, eh bien, quelque part, ça aboutit à une pratique administrative consistant à utiliser du libre et à produire en open source. Il y a aussi tout le volet de l'ouverture des données de la recherche scientifique. Donc les publications de la recherche, que ce soit technique et scientifique ou sciences humaines et sociales, ont pu être mises en accès libre et ouvert au bout d'un certain délai, même lorsque les prints finaux étaient publiés dans des revues. Et donc, c'est un équilibre trouvé entre la protection du droit de la propriété intellectuelle et de la circulation des savoirs. D'ailleurs, équilibre demandé et revendiqué par les chercheurs eux-mêmes. Et je crois que ça a eu des conséquences très concrètes pour Wikipédia, parce qu'aujourd'hui, beaucoup des sources utilisées par Wiki, eh bien, elles viennent des archives ouvertes et des documents et des travaux de recherche versés dans les librairies et les bibliothèques d'archives ouvertes. Il y avait effectivement un volet sur la liberté de panorama qui avait soulevé des débats passionnés et passionnants à l'époque. Et en tout cas, en France, c'était une première. Oui, il y a eu une restriction qui était il ne faut pas que les réutilisations de photographies d'éléments d'architecture, par exemple, la tour Eiffel appartenant à l'espace public soit commercialisée. Ça, c'était la restriction, ce qui n'a pas permis de mettre la tour Eiffel en licence Commons. Il n'empêche que ça a quand même permis beaucoup plus de diffusion de la création sur Internet. Mais j'en viens aux principes non cités et qui sont pour moi tout aussi importants. La neutralité du net, la neutralité du réseau, l'idée selon laquelle les fournisseurs de réseaux Internet ne sont pas autorisés à utiliser le robinet du débit pour modifier la qualité de service et l'accès à Internet pour privilégier leurs propres clients ou pour privilégier certaines applications. C'est un principe non seulement de libre concurrence, mais c'est aussi un principe démocratique puisque Internet est rendu accessible à toutes et tous, en théorie, selon ce principe, sans condition. L'Europe n'est pas revenue sur ce principe. Les États-Unis sont revenus sur la neutralité du net pendant le premier mandat de Donald Trump. Et ça fait partie, il me semble, des principes qu'on considère comme acquis et qu'il faut au contraire sacraliser parce qu'ils continuent potentiellement d'être menacés. Alors, il y avait le volet de l'ouverture et de la circulation, mais le volet de la protection était tout aussi important parce qu'il fallait démontrer que l'un ne s'opposait pas à l'autre, qu'on pouvait protéger les données personnelles, et de fait, plusieurs articles de la loi pour une république numérique ont anticipé le RGPD, puisqu'on négociait les deux en même temps à Paris et à Bruxelles, et on a très clairement utilisé le véhicule législatif en France pour pousser la régulation européenne sur la protection de la vie privée en ligne. Et donc, que ça soit la protection des données des mineurs, que ça soit la création de sanctions pénales, exemple contre le revenge porn, la revanche pornographique, que ça soit l'affirmation pour la première fois du secret des correspondances en ligne. En fait, par extension, c'était une jurisprudence, mais il n'y avait pas une loi en France qui disait que vos courriels, vos emails ne sont pas accessibles. Le facteur il avait le devoir sacré de ne pas ouvrir une enveloppe, bien, Google n'avait pas le devoir sacré de ne pas ouvrir votre email. Le secret des correspondances en ligne a été inscrit dans la loi grâce à ce texte. La portabilité des données. Quand vous changez de service, de fournisseur de services en ligne et que vous voulez récupérer votre historique de données brutes, mais aussi de données augmentées par l'IA, adaptées, personnalisées, vous pouvez le faire, que ce soit sur une plateforme de streaming ou sur des services bancaires en ligne, etc. etc. Et donc, et le volet social tout aussi important, c'était autant le plan France très haut débit, donc l'accès de tous les habitants des territoires au très haut débit. Et la France a été très résiliente pendant la pandémie mondiale du Covid grâce à ce plan d'investissement massif, mais aussi bien sûr l'accessibilité numérique pour les personnes en situation de handicap, ou encore le droit au maintien à la connexion à Internet pour les foyers défavorisés, ou l'accès à Internet comme étant un service universel de base, comme l'était au lendemain de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, l'accès aux services de téléphonie. Voilà. Donc, tout ça pour dire qu'il y a une cohérence d'ensemble et un équilibre qui, pour moi, est au cœur des débats qui vous animent aujourd'hui et que ça montre quelque part qu'une voie est possible pour continuer à protéger les libertés en ligne, étant entendu que la liberté d'expression et la protection de la vie privée sont des libertés, mais aussi répondre à des impératifs d'intérêt généraux, que ce soit la protection et la sécurité de l'ordre public ou l'assurance de créer des conditions de concurrence entre les acteurs économiques qui soient équitables. Je voulais dresser ce panorama de la loi. Pardon si j'ai été un peu longue. Si on fait le bilan en une phrase, il faut préserver ces principes et la philosophie de l'équilibre qui est derrière. Très souvent, la technique et les technologies nous aident à cela, mais je trouve qu'aujourd'hui, on a fait peu d'efforts sur la mise en œuvre et qu'on a perdu de vue les objectifs d'affirmation de la liberté, de l'ouverture, de l'indépendance et de la protection.
Merci beaucoup finalement pour ce panorama très complet. Emma Grani, du coup, vous travaillez, tu travailles, excuse-moi, je vais tutoyer parce que c'est compliqué de vous voyez. Tu travailles actuellement sur l'ouverture des codes sources et le soutien au commun numérique du coup à la DINUM. Quel bilan du coup tires-tu aujourd'hui du soutien public au commun globalement, comme pour InfoClimat, Open Food Fact, et comment est-ce qu'on passe du coup d'une simple mise à disposition de données à une véritable alliance entre l'État et les communs?
Moi, j'aimerais quand même rebondir sur ce que vient de dire Axel Lemaire, c'est que nous, dans l'administration, à notre modeste mesure, tous les jours, on travaille avec la loi République numérique, tous les jours. Moi, je travaille sur l'ouverture des codes sources, je travaille sur la promotion du logiciel libre.
Parler de l'open data.
Et voilà, sans parler de l'open data, mais qui est extrêmement aussi important. Et c'est vrai que on a besoin, on a plein de gens qui utilisent du logiciel libre par eux-mêmes dans l'administration, qui s'y intéressent, qui sont vraiment des gens qui vont faire du plaidoyer pour ça. On a des enseignants qui vont contribuer au commun numérique issus de la société civile, etc. Et à un moment donné, quand on a une loi, ça vient graver dans le marbre quand même de la loi des pratiques qui sont développées, donner une direction. Et nous, ça nous permet de travailler. Donc ça, c'est vraiment essentiel. Aujourd'hui, on vit encore 10 ans plus tard et on met encore en œuvre évidemment les principes et les dispositions de la loi. Et il y a des nouveaux enjeux qui se profilent. On va peut-être en parler. Il y a très clairement une des raisons pour lesquelles on soutient des communs numériques, notamment des data commons comme Open Food Fact, Facts. On a, nous, travaillé ensemble aussi avec l'écosystème, avec Wikidia, voilà, le Wikipédia des enfants et l'éducation nationale. Donc, on a des actions pour soutenir ça, parce qu'en fait, ce qui est intéressant, c'est que vous avez des communs numériques qui aident à prolonger l'action publique. L'action publique, elle se nourrit aussi d'avoir des ressources comme Wikidia pour les enfants, parce que les enseignants peuvent l'utiliser comme matériau pour travailler. On a, par exemple, concernant Open Food Facts, qui est la plus grande base de données alimentaire en Europe, qui est très utilisée par le ministère de la Santé, qui permet le déploiement du Nutri-Score. On a 220 acteurs de la filière agroalimentaire aujourd'hui qui requêtent dans la base de données ouverte d'Open Food Facts tous les jours. Donc ça permet aussi à des écosystèmes économiques de se structurer, ça permet à la recherche d'avoir des données, etc. Donc on a des effets écosystèmes qui sont créés grâce aux plateformes structurées sous forme de communs numériques, avec des données ouvertes, du code ouvert, des savoirs ouverts, qui sont extrêmement vertueux. Donc c'est un intérêt pour prolonger des politiques publiques. Donc au-delà des enjeux de transparence qui ont été mentionnés, c'est absolument essentiel. Il faut bien les garder en tête. On a des enjeux aussi de faire masse autour des politiques publiques. Donc quand on a un commun numérique comme Infoclimat, par exemple, qui va collecter de la donnée citoyenne autour du climat, c'est intéressant parce qu'on voit bien qu'une fois que les données ouvertes qu'elles sont publiées sur DataGouv, ce qui est une obligation légale et absolument essentielle, on voit aussi qu'outre-Atlantique, on a des suppressions de bases de données problématiques pour les orientations politiques du gouvernement. Et donc, le fait d'avoir aussi des gouvernances mixtes, hybridée entre la société civile et les acteurs publics, ça permet de maintenir des espaces publics numériques qui sont régulés en des temps où il y a de la fragmentation de l'Internet et où on a des mouvements politiques qui se développent, qui aimeraient supprimer par exemple les données climatiques. Donc ça, c'est un autre point aussi, je pense, qui est assez important, c'est de maîtriser la collecte, de l'accélérer par le biais des grandes plateformes. Et comment on l'a fait, nous, à la DIUM, pardon, c'est un petit peu long, c'est que moi, j'ai constaté dans mon travail autour d'un dispositif qui s'appelle l'accélérateur d'initiatives citoyennes, qui vise justement à soutenir des communs numériques issus de la société civile, c'est qu'on a des cultures différentes entre l'État et les commoners. On a des temporalités différentes, parce que quand vous êtes structuré sous forme d'association et que l'État, souvent nos temps de décision sont un petit peu plus longs, on peut mettre du temps à verser des subventions, etc. etc. C'est pas les mêmes temporalités. Donc on a des différences culturelles, des différences d'organisation qui font que parfois les coopérations qui sont pourtant nécessaires sont complexes, et donc on a besoin de personnes qui sont à l'interface de ça. Et nous, ce qu'on a fait donc avec l'accélérateur d'initiatives citoyennes, mais aujourd'hui ça se prolonge aussi, par exemple, autour de la forge des communs numériques éducatifs à l'éducation nationale, ça essaime un petit peu dans différents endroits dans l'administration, c'est d'avoir des espaces interfaces qui permettent à des communs numériques de se brancher sur l'action publique ou aux acteurs publics de se brancher sur des communs numériques en fonction des objectifs de politique publique qu'on poursuit. Et donc nous, ce qu'on a fait au travers de ça, c'est de faciliter des contacts entre, par exemple, Open Food Facts et le ministère de l'Agriculture, par exemple sur un truc tout bête qui va être... alors pour la DGCCRF, donc le Bercy, le contrôle des prix, par exemple, comment on ouvre les prix, comment on les rend accessibles, sur les dates de ponte des œufs. Voilà, des petites choses comme ça où on se dit, c'est pas grand-chose, mais en fait, ça permet de générer beaucoup de choses vertueuses derrière par le biais des effets écosystèmes d'une plateforme comme Open Food Facts. On a financé aussi des actions d'animation d'écosystèmes, de maintenance. On y reviendra peut-être. Ça, c'est quelque chose qui n'est pas encore tout à fait compris par les acteurs publics. On utilise du logiciel libre, on utilise les communs numériques, et c'est super. Par contre, on doit aussi, à un moment donné, passer en posture de contributeur. Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui est culturellement en train d'être travaillé. Moi, je pense je suis positive sur le fait qu'on arrive à rentrer dans cette posture de contributeur qui n'est pas native, à mon avis, dans l'administration, mais sur lequel il y a aujourd'hui une meilleure compréhension. Un petit point d'attention par exemple, en Allemagne, vous avez l'État allemand qui a monté un fonds d'investissement dans les couches basses des infrastructures numériques, qui s'appelle la Sovereign Tech Agency, avec le Sovereign Tech Fund. Donc là, on est vraiment tourné vers la souveraineté, mais ils vont financer la fondation Python, par exemple. Voilà, pour des montants assez conséquents, parce qu'on se rend bien compte que maintenant qu'on a des infrastructures, et un commun numérique comme Wikipédia, à mon avis, est une infrastructure du savoir mondial, on doit pouvoir aussi aider à à l'enrichir. Donc je vais m'arrêter là.
Merci beaucoup Emma. Nena, du coup, je me tourne vers toi maintenant. Pendant que nous, en France, en Europe, on a bâti, on a renforcé notre système après la loi de 2016, qu'est devenue cette question de l'accès au savoir libre dans le Sud global, et assistons-nous au même combat et aux mêmes défis?
Alors, bonjour à tout le monde. Bonjour d'Abidjan. J'espère que vous m'entendez très bien. Alors, je vais prendre une illustration. Je vois l'Europe comme la, la, la grand-mère. L'Europe, c'est la grand-mère. Elle est bien structurée. Elle aime ranger la maison. Et c'est là on part quand on est en vacances. D'accord? C'est maman, mémé, pépé. C'est ainsi que nous voyons l'Europe en ce moment. Elle vit bien la vieille continent, le vieux continent. Il est en train de gouverner, de réguler chaque jour. Mais je me poser la question, venant d'Afrique, d'un continent des jeunes, d'un continent très mobile, c'est-à-dire mobile dans le sens de l'utilisation des téléphones mobiles, parce que le numérique en Afrique passe beaucoup plus par le téléphone. Alors, la question c'est entre les normes et l'agilité, parce que la jeunesse souhaite l'agilité, alors que comme Emma le disait, la régulation met assez du temps, surtout en Afrique avec la conjoncture que nous avons en gouvernance. Donc, la gouvernance met du temps, alors que la technologie, elle, souhaite l'agilité. La régulation souhaite qu'il y ait des piliers, des cadres. Moi, je suis de côté policier, donc je suis aussi parmi ceux qui sont européennes en Afrique. Mais la créativité veut qu'on aille très rapidement en vitesse. Donc, d'une part, il y a les normes, les cadres, les régulations, et de l'autre côté, il y a la créativité, l'agilité et l'innovation quotidienne que le plus jeune que nous veut. Alors, voici où nous en sommes en Afrique. Ça, c'est un premier point. Le deuxième point, quand nous parlons de l'identité numérique, et quand nous parlons des avoirs numériques, c'est vrai, on peut dire, il y a le contrôle, il y a ceci, il y a cela, mais en Afrique, venant d'où nous venons, bon, c'est pas bien un bon français cela, mais nous parlons plutôt nous voyons les choses dans l'optique des infrastructures publiques numériques. Le commun, c'est vrai, mais l'infrastructure de base. Alors, donc l'identité, pour nous, devient un moyen d'inclusion économique, d'inclusion financière, d'inclusion même dans la vie politique. Alors, il devient très facile pour un gouvernement de vendre la surveillance, de vendre l'autoritaire comme infrastructure pour l'inclusion numérique. Je reprends mon idée. C'est-à-dire, il y a les infrastructures qui nous permettent d'accéder à l'économie numérique, qui nous permettent d'accéder à l'inclusion financière. Ces infrastructures nous permettent de nous épanouir sur l'Internet. Mais ce sont ces mêmes infrastructures qui seront weaponisées, comme ça se dit en français, qui seront réarmées pour le contrôle. Du coup, nous qui venons de OpenTech, nous qui venons des points de source, on est coincé quand on va demander qu'il y ait beaucoup plus d'ouverture, qu'il y a beaucoup plus de liberté, parce que l'État dirait, ben, c'est pour l'inclusion, inclusion d'abord, ouverture après. Vous voyez où nous sommes. Un dernier point, avant que je ne m'arrête, je sais que je trouve les autres, pardonnez-moi, mais c'est pour que nous puissions réfléchir beaucoup plus grandement. Il y a un mouvement vers cette idée de déconstruire, cette idée d'aller plus vite et ensuite on en reparle. Et ce que moi je vois, est-ce que même les États africains commencent à faire un mouvement comme si on partait vers, pas la Chine, mais la chinisme. C'est pas français, mais c'est ainsi que je vois la chose. Il y a une tendance à beaucoup emprunter de l'Asie, normalement la Chine, que de l'Europe de nos jours. Que ce soit au niveau de nos États, que ce soit au niveau de nos innovateurs et nos PME. Et voici un peu où nous en sommes. Oui, on aime bien le modèle européen, mais comme j'ai dit au début, ce modèle de mémé et pépé où tout est rangé, tout est bien à l'ordre, mais on n'y va que en vacances.
Merci beaucoup, Nena. Merci pour ça. Du coup, je pense que tu fais parfaitement effectivement la liaison, le lien avec les questions suivantes, qui est que aujourd'hui, on sent un besoin légitime de réguler un peu plus encore le numérique pour lutter contre la haine en ligne, la désinformation. L'IA, et donc on sent cette tension qui est présente entre besoin de régulation, besoin de sécurité, et en même temps comment ne pas aller trop loin, comment ne pas empiéter finalement beaucoup trop sur nos libertés. Et donc je me retourne vers toi, Axel Lemaire, cette tendance-là que l'on constate, comment est-ce que le politique peut-il fixer des limites claires pour que on arrive à réguler peut-être aussi un petit peu, à réguler sans transformer, sans aller vers une surveillance de masse des citoyens.
Nena, t'es un peu dure là avec la métaphore des, des grands-parents, mais peut-être que tu as raison. Si je devais la filer, je me dis, mais alors le président des États-Unis, il est quoi? Il est vraiment l'arrière-grand-père qui a complètement perdu la tête et est devenu sénile et qui doit pour autant être le directeur d'un centre de vacances pour adolescents rebelles qui pense que le monde peut exister sans loi. Je ne sais pas, mais en tout cas, je sais que je suis une défenseur des libertés et pour autant, il y a une différence entre la liberté et le libertarisme anarchique. Et donc, si je dis ça, c'est parce que je trouve que très souvent, le mot régulation est un mot fourre-tout, un mot valise qui veut dire des choses différentes, en fait. Aux États-Unis, quand on dit regulation, on entend norme, on entend règle qui va restreindre, contraindre, coûter le plus souvent de l'argent. Et finalement, derrière regulation, on entend taxation. Quand on est en Europe, la régulation, c'est l'organisation du marché. Ce sont les règles anticoncurrentielles, nées aux États-Unis d'ailleurs, au début du XXe siècle. Les monopoles qui n'ont pas été acceptés dans la banque et dans le secteur de l'énergie il y a 150 ans, parce qu'on considérait qu'ils tuaient l'innovation, qu'ils empêchaient l'agilité, qu'ils empêchaient la libre entreprise, l'expression de la créativité entrepreneuriale. On les accepte aujourd'hui parce que c'est du numérique, parce que ce sont des technologies. Donc en fait, en Europe, quand on dit réguler, on ne veut pas forcément dire empêcher. Quand on vit dans une maison, c'est mieux qu'elle ait des murs et un toit. Et après, la question de l'ordre vient après. Mais il me semble que la régulation du numérique en Europe, elle consiste à mettre des murs et un toit. Et pas empêcher, mais en revanche, elle doit protéger. Donc voilà, je trouve que c'est important. Alors, je trouve que le débat entre liberté et protection, et notamment protection des mineurs, il est plus éclairé, plus mature aujourd'hui. D'abord parce que malheureusement, on constate la réalité des méfaits, des détournements d'usage d'Internet contre certains prédateurs et contre les développements des enfants, ou en tout cas de certains enfants, autour d'une économie de l'attention qui monétise l'utilisation des services et qui capte les données privées. Et donc, la réalité qui est face à nous fait que ça sert de wake-up call. Une fois qu'on a dit ça, je pense que le débat est plus mature parce que c'est plus anonymat pur d'un côté versus révélation de l'identité pure de l'autre. Je pense que de part et d'autre, on est conscient des avantages et des risques des deux aspects et qu'on sait, grâce à des techniques, de plus en plus maîtriser le double anonymat. En fonction des usages, est-ce que je dois démontrer mon âge? Est-ce que je dois démontrer que j'ai le permis de conduire? Est-ce que je dois montrer l'authenticité d'un diplôme universitaire que j'ai reçu, etc., etc. Et donc, en revanche, ça demande une compréhension des enjeux forte qui n'est pas toujours présente aujourd'hui. Je vais vous donner un exemple très concret. Moi, j'ai regretté beaucoup de constater la cyberattaque contre le fichier centralisé des données d'identité des Français, qui est arrivé il y a quelques mois. Ça a, paraît-il, beaucoup choqué au sein du ministère de l'Intérieur parce que une attaque aussi massive, aussi critique, avec de telles conséquences, était possible. Et c'est ce que ça a démontré. Pour autant, si on avait créé un fichier décentralisé, avec une architecture décentralisée, avec une interrogation sur qui possède les données, qui y a accès, où sont les failles possibles, etc. Il y a 10 ans, comme je l'avais demandé, peut-être qu'au fond, les données des Français, elles auraient été mieux protégées. Et donc, il faut s'appuyer sur des techniques existantes pour essayer d'apporter les bonnes réponses politiques et pas s'appuyer sur des enjeux politiques pour demander aux géants technologiques d'apporter les réponses, en fait. Aujourd'hui, ça n'a pas de sens de devoir encore supplier, avec le décalage horaire dans la Silicon Valley, des décideurs économiques privés de donner accès à des bases informationnelles pour protéger des enfants. Ça n'a pas de sens. Voilà. Donc, il faut avoir des débats plus apaisés, plus intelligents au sens collectif du terme. Et ça, mais j'en suis profondément convaincue, lorsqu'on laisse sa chance à la gouvernance ouverte, et donc multipartite, lorsqu'on se donne le temps et les ressources d'aller chercher les points de vue des experts et de toutes les parties prenantes, on aboutit à des résultats enrichis et plus intelligents. Et donc, sur ces sujets, il n'y a pas d'autre choix que de procéder comme ça. Et la régulation de pair à pair seule, je pense qu'elle ne suffit pas et que l'État, surtout aujourd'hui, surtout face à un risque de technofascisme, quand les intérêts privés s'allient à des intérêts politiques qui poursuivent un agenda politique destructeur des libertés, il faut que les pouvoirs publics dans les démocraties conservent leur droit de regard, mais s'ouvrent à la société civile, s'ouvrent aux experts, aux chercheurs et aux contributeurs pour créer ensemble les solutions.
Ça fait pas une belle passation avec la suite un peu de notre échange. Emma, du coup, justement, comment est-ce que la politique publique peut justement aider les communs à devenir une vraie alternative souveraine, durable face à ces géants de la tech, plutôt qu'un simple terrain de jeu dont les GAFA modèles IA privés s'emparent aujourd'hui gratuitement?
Moi, je pense qu'il y a un truc qu'il faut regarder, c'est le modèle de développement qu'il y a derrière ces géants de la tech. En fait, ce sont des monopoles, ou on va dire des duopoles, qui ont été financés à grands coups de capital risque et aussi d'investissement public pour vraiment conquérir avec des outils souvent gratuits, puis de plus en plus payants par un modèle freemium, plein de segments de marché. Ça fonctionne quand vous avez un immense réservoir de clients relativement homogène, comme en Chine, comme aux États-Unis. C'est vrai que pour nous, en Europe, on essaye de copier ça. On a essayé avec Quant, voilà, c'est pas forcément évident de copier ce modèle de développement-là, parce qu'on n'a pas la même structure politique, institutionnelle, on n'a pas les mêmes financements, etc. Et ce que je trouve intéressant avec le modèle des communs numériques, c'est qu'on n'a pas des licornes, on a des écosystèmes licornes. Et c'est vachement plus intéressant. Wikimedia, le mouvement Wikimedia, est un écosystème licorne avec des ressources qui sont ouvertes, des communs numériques, qui sont alimentés par et entretenus par des bénévoles ou des personnes qui sont aussi rémunérées. Il y a parfois aussi des entreprises qui viennent se greffer à ces écosystèmes licornes. Je pense par exemple à RISC-V. Je ne sais pas si vous connaissez, c'est sur les puces, les chips. Donc c'est une architecture de chips, de microprocesseurs, qui est totalement ouverte. Et autour de ça, on a des entreprises qui viennent se greffer, qui viennent apporter, voilà, sur la base de ces ressources ouvertes, vendre du service. Vous l'avez aussi autour de Decidim, qui est un autre commun numérique européen, alors qui est en difficulté d'ailleurs, je crois, en ce moment un petit peu. Vous l'avez autour de WordPress. Donc, en fait, les communs numériques peuvent apporter un endroit où on a une ressource qui est ouverte, qui va le rester, où on a des gens qui viennent contribuer, qui viennent utiliser, qui viennent recontribuer et qui font de l'activité économique, que ce soit à titre lucratif ou non, pour pouvoir faire en sorte d'entretenir et d'améliorer ce commun-là. Et ça génère de l'activité économique, ça génère de la capacité à voilà, vraiment s'étendre à l'échelle voilà, non seulement nationale, mais aussi européenne et aussi internationale. On le voit avec des vieux communs numériques comme Wikipédia, avec des plus récents aussi. C'est un modèle de développement qui est tout à fait intéressant. Et ce modèle de développement-là, il nous permet de garder notre autonomie parce qu'en fait, un commun numérique n'appartient qu'à ceux qui s'y impliquent. Voilà. Donc la question aujourd'hui pour la puissance publique, c'est comment on s'y implique. Comment, ce que je disais tout à l'heure, on n'est pas juste utilisateur de Debian, de Linux, et comment est-ce qu'en fait on y contribue. Comment est-ce que sur le logiciel libre aussi, ou sur OpenFLEX, on n'est pas juste utilisateur de la base de données, mais comment est-ce qu'on y contribue. Et ça implique de repenser des nouveaux outils de politique publique et d'aller, je pense, un peu au-delà de la loi. Enfin, d'ailleurs, le rapport à l'Assemblée nationale la préconisait, et c'est vraiment intéressant. Donc on a eu toute une étude à l'Assemblée nationale, une commission qui regardait la souveraineté numérique, voilà, où est-ce qu'on en est, qu'est-ce qu'on doit faire. Et il y a toute une partie qui est consacrée au logiciel libre et qui dit qu'il faut aller même plus loin que la loi Le Maire. Il faut en fait rendre obligatoire, par exemple, là où c'est seulement, donc il y a 10 ans, c'était déjà promu, il y avait la promotion du logiciel libre, maintenant peut-être que ça peut devenir obligatoire. Et ça, voilà, c'est des choses où on doit aujourd'hui aller un petit peu plus loin, on doit inventer les outils de politique publique de demain, et donc, si j'en donne quelques-uns, du Sovereign Tech Fund pour financer la maintenance, ça c'est quelque chose qui est important, rendre obligatoire effectivement, ou en tout cas préférentiel l'utilisation rendre obligatoire l'utilisation de logiciels libres dans l'administration. Aussi stimuler le fait que les agents publics puissent être contributeurs, parce qu'ils le sont, de fait. On a beaucoup d'enseignants-chercheurs, beaucoup d'enseignants et aussi des agents publics qui contribuent, mais aujourd'hui c'est sur leurs heures personnelles. Et donc ça, c'est quelque chose qui essaye d'organiser la forge des communs numériques de l'éducation nationale. On pourrait aller jusqu'à un statut d'agent contributeur, par exemple. Voilà, donc il y a beaucoup de choses à inventer. On est dans un momentum où voilà, les cartes sont rebattues. On parle peut-être moins de transparence, ou en tout cas on en parle plus sous l'angle de la souveraineté, c'est-à-dire de comment est-ce qu'on conserve nos préférences politiques pour la transparence, pour la démocratie, dans le contexte que l'on connaît. Et là-dessus, voilà, nous à la DINUM, en tout cas, ce qu'on fait et ce qu'on fera dans la nouvelle Ariane, donc qui est l'évolution Pokémon de la DINUM en autorité de référence, c'est-à-dire la capacité à dire voilà ce que vous devriez utiliser. Donc on a besoin aussi, voilà, de pouvoir imposer parfois des pratiques, des standards, de soutenir là où c'est important, là où on a des dépendances, là où on a des enjeux démocratiques et stratégiques, les communs numériques voilà, autour desquels on déploie des politiques publiques. Et je pense aussi d'engager vraiment de plus en plus les agents publics dans des dynamiques de contribution. Et ça, c'est à mon avis un changement culturel qui est en marche et qu'on doit accompagner.
Bien sûr. Commenter autre chose Nina a dit, parce que je comprends parfaitement que le contexte en Côte d'Ivoire et dans les pays africains soit différent, mais au fond, je me dis, est-ce que ce ne sont pas les mêmes questions auxquelles on doit faire face? Il y a 10 ans, je m'en suis souvenue entre-temps, il y a 10 ans, j'avais eu un entretien avec le Premier ministre de Côte d'Ivoire et il m'expliquait que la Chine et que Google venait déployer de la fibre optique dans les villes ivoiriennes et qu'elle le faisait gratuitement. Et qu'il y avait même des projets de déploiement satellitaire déjà à l'époque de la part d'autres acteurs privés qui n'étaient pas africains, qui n'étaient pas européens non plus. Et je me souviens que j'avais dit au Premier ministre ivoirien à l'époque, mais Monsieur le Premier ministre, si c'est gratuit, c'est vous le produit. Et en fait, l'enjeu de la capacité de conserver une forme d'indépendance, et on voit que cette indépendance aujourd'hui, elle n'est pas que économique, elle est aussi politique et démocratique. Il se pose de la même manière aux pays africains qu'aux pays européens, parce que quand on mesure nos niveaux de dépendance, que ce soit à des infrastructures critiques, que ce soit aux semi-conducteurs, que ce soit aux modèles d'entraînement des intelligences artificielles génératives, etc., ces niveaux sont très forts, que ce soit dans le public comme dans le privé. Toutes les grandes entreprises européennes sont aujourd'hui très dépendantes d'acteurs économiques extra-européens. Et donc, je pense que c'est avec les pays africains que les pays européens doivent ensemble appréhender ces enjeux. Le contexte géopolitique a énormément changé, mais sont aussi des choix démocratiques qui se posent aux citoyens en Afrique.
Nena, du coup, si tu voulais réagir.
En tout cas, merci beaucoup, Axel. Hier, j'étais dans une réunion où on parlait de Open Source Afrique encore, de montée des stacks, stack africain Open Source. Mais la question se pose. Quand nous parlons de souveraineté, parce que je travaillais dans le data, je travaillais dans Open Web, Open Tech et tout cela, la question qui se pose à nous aujourd'hui, c'est la souveraineté numérique, c'est quoi? Je l'ai noté ici. Est-ce que la souveraineté absolue existe? Est-ce qu'il existe de l'absolu dans le numérique? C'est vrai, quand je traite des données ouvertes, quand je traite des communs, je me pose toujours la question, la souveraineté, pour moi, en tant qu'utilisatrice, est la même définition que la souveraineté pour le PME? Est-ce que c'est la même chose que l'État, que ce soit ivoirien, nigérien, kenyan ou quoi? Et la réponse est non, ce n'est pas la même chose. Alors, est-ce qu'on parfois on tend vers l'indépendance, tantôt on tend vers l'autonomie? Peut-être je veux poser cela aussi pour alimenter nos conversations après cette session. Est-ce que la souveraineté pour nous est beaucoup plus indépendance ou autonomie? Je travaille avec plusieurs acteurs, que ce soit politique, civique ou cela, et on n'a pas encore trouvé la réponse. Parfois, quand l'État parle, un État parle de souveraineté et pas de domiciliation des données et pas de nationalisation de certaines choses, mais il n'y a juste pas les bases fondamentales de respect de la personne humaine et de ses droits. Vous comprenez? Donc, le même mot souveraineté peut être utilisé dans un sens de l'indépendance, comme dans un sens de l'autonomie, comme dans un sens de stricte surveillance. Alors, voilà pourquoi je dis il faut plus d'échanges, plus de conversations autour de ces thèmes. On peut avoir le même problème, mais ne pas définir le problème de la même manière. Je m'en arrête là.
Merci beaucoup, Nena. Je vois qu'il nous reste encore quelques minutes et je voulais quand même donner l'occasion également aux personnes ici présentes de poser des questions à nos intervenantes si vous le souhaitez. Du coup, je crois qu'il y a quelques micros qui vont circuler. Et si on peut peut-être allumer un tout peu plus la salle pour qu'on puisse peut-être un peu plus voir les personnes. Voilà, donc s'il y a des questions, il y a des questions ici. Je vois les mains qui se lèvent, effectivement. Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui passe? Je vois 2 mains levées en bas. Une main aussi là-haut, j'ai vu, voilà. Bon. Merci Suzanne et Luc. Il vous manque un micro, c'est ça? Vous n'en avez pas? Mais sinon, je vous passe le mien. On a suffisamment sur scène. Tenez. Oh là, vous êtes beaux tous les deux.
Merci pour l'intervention. Moi, je veux juste une clarification sur quelque chose que Madame a suggéré au Premier ministre. Si c'est gratuit, c'est vous le produit. Je le contextualise pour nous, Wikipédiens. J'essaie de comprendre. Nous partons parfois faire des partenariats institutionnels avec des gens. Nous parlons avec eux déjà. Ils n'ont pas de financement. Ils nous disent, nous n'avons rien à vous donner. Et nous sommes en train de numériser gauche-droite. Je veux un peu comprendre ce passage-là pour ne pas que ce soit un piège pour nous qui voudrons faire un partenariat avec des institutions. Nous n'avons rien déjà à les donner comme argent. Et eux, voilà, c'est quelque chose que je veux comprendre sur ce passage-là. Qu'est-ce qu'elle veut dire exactement? Voilà.
Merci beaucoup pour la conversation. Il y a deux petites choses. Est-ce que, donc, forcer, magnifique la vision de forcer enfin l'administration à passer totalement, en mode logiciel libre, 2 en mode contributeur. Mais pour passer en mode contributeur, il faut recruter des gens compétents qui contribuent. Et ça, moi, backstory, je suis économiste, je suis absolument persuadé, je sais que ça va créer de la valeur. Ça ne va pas coûter à l'État. Ça va créer de la valeur au niveau de l'État et au niveau du pays. Mais pour convaincre d'investir là-dedans de manière massive pour arriver à la vision que vous donnez, est-ce que vous-même vous y croyez?
Oui, alors ouais,
et ensuite, deuxièmement, un petit angle mort de l'analyse que vous avez dite là pour le coup, sur l'éducation. Avec l'IA, on a un énorme besoin de former la nouvelle génération à l'esprit critique, l'évaluation des sources, l'évaluation des arguments, qu'est-ce que c'est qu'un fait, etc., etc. Il n'y a pas de meilleur écosystème que Wikimedia pour apprendre ça. Donc Wikimedia, c'est aussi une infrastructure qui permet d'enseigner, pas juste d'acquérir passivement de l'information. À quand un vrai partenariat super ambitieux de l'éducation nationale avec l'écosystème Wikipédia, la formation de tous les professeurs de France et enseigner via l'écosystème Wikipédia, via les contributions, via les interactions avec les contributeurs. C'est comme ça qu'on formera la génération du XXIe siècle dont on a besoin. Merci.
Bonjour. Je suis à Solstag, de Wikimedia Brésil. Je voulais renforcer un point que Nena a posé sur qu'est-ce que ça signifie, cette souveraineté. Moi, je déteste ce mot, je peux le dire tout de suite. Et quand vous parlez de l'investissement de l'État, d'une souveraineté, d'avoir un IA ou autre chose, ou investir dans des développeurs et tout ça. Comme j'entends Nena parler de la Côte d'Ivoire, c'est évident que des pays comme la Côte d'Ivoire, qui n'ont pas les capitals financiers dont dispose la France, ne peuvent pas envisager, même pas envisager cette souveraineté. C'est une fantaisie des pays riches, cette souveraineté où on va avoir notre développement, l'Allemagne, les fonds souverains de l'Allemagne. Comment on articule donc une solidarité qui permettrait de construire une autonomie entre égaux, ou une autonomie équitable entre les pays, et arrêter de parler de souveraineté parce que déjà, je peux parler de mon pays, c'est le mot le plus facile d'être repris par l'extrême droite. C'est immédiat, ils sont tout à fait à l'aise dans cet univers de la souveraineté. Hein. Et Microsoft et tous les géants de numérique aussi. Et donc, parlons des mots qui ne sont pas ambigus. Est-ce qu'on parle d'autonomie? Est-ce qu'on parle de solidarité? Est-ce qu'on parle d'indépendance? Mais bon, ma question, c'est surtout de quoi on passe à comment construire cette solidarité et ce multilatéralisme productif à la place de chercher des solutions nationalistes. Merci.
Je vais répondre sur la question de monsieur et de monsieur. Le mot souveraineté, moi, je l'assume complètement. C'est important, je pense, de l'assumer. C'est un mot valise, comme le mot régulation. Simplement, la question, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on y met derrière ? Est-ce qu'on peut tout à fait imaginer une souveraineté ouverte, une souveraineté dans le numérique, c'est-à-dire une souveraineté dans laquelle on a on forme les citoyens à s'orienter dans la vie numérique, déjà à développer des usages numériques, ensuite à développer des usages numériques dans lesquels ils prennent du recul par rapport aux contenus qui sont poussés par les plateformes, etc. Une souveraineté dans le numérique, c'est possible. Et une souveraineté sur le numérique, c'est-à-dire sur les infrastructures numériques, là je parle pour la France, hein, pour le périmètre qui est le mien, c'est aussi possible. Et c'est le rôle d'un État que de faire en sorte qu'on arrive à avoir cette autonomie de prise de décision et d'action sur un territoire donné. Préférablement de le faire à l'échelle européenne, évidemment, parce que Wikipédia ne s'arrête pas à l'échelle de la France, ni les ingérences numériques. Et donc la question, et moi personnellement, je pousse beaucoup pour qu'on ait une souveraineté numérique qui soit ouverte, c'est-à-dire qu'on ne se racornisse pas sur le fait de tout fermer. On peut s'appuyer sur des logiciels libres pour construire de la souveraineté numérique qui inclut nos préférences politiques pour la transparence, pour la démocratie, pour des gouvernances plurielles et participatives. Voilà. Et je pense qu'il faut défendre ça. Et justement, utiliser le terme de souveraineté numérique, en l'investissant de ce sens-là, c'est une manière de ne pas le laisser à d'autres tendances pour lesquelles nous n'avons peut-être pas de préférence et qui se développent en dehors de nos frontières. Sur le point de monsieur, moi je crois vraiment, et d'ailleurs ça a commencé là, la feuille de route du numérique de l'État depuis 2 ans, à beaucoup pousser pour l'internalisation des compétences, pour avoir aussi une attractivité des salaires, pour proposer des CDI aux compétences numériques dont nous avons besoin. Et on oublie aussi, enfin moi je trouve qu'on a vraiment beaucoup de personnes qui viennent des professions techniques, voilà, de la cyber, qui sont des ops, et qui ont de l'appétence pour ne plus travailler pour des monopoles type Meta, mais pour s'investir dans le secteur public pour travailler pour l'intérêt général. Il y a une vraie attractivité en fait. On reçoit, enfin je vous raconte pas, quand on poste une offre, on a vraiment beaucoup d'offres et des profils extrêmement qualifiés qui postulent. La question c'est de pouvoir encore accroître l'effort qui a été consenti sur les 2-3 ans précédents, sous la précédente feuille de route du numérique de l'État, pour pouvoir continuer ça. Et moi, je vous renvoie vers Alexis Kaufmann, mon collègue, sur le partenariat avec le Wikimedia. Je trouverais ça génial. On a essayé de le faire, nous, à notre échelle, avec Wikidia et en travaillant avec la Fondation. Et ça pourrait tout à fait être massifié utilement.
Super. Néna, peut-être en quelques mots pour réagir avant qu'on vous laisse du coup le mot de la fin.
Bien, je ne pense pas qu'il y ait une souveraineté absolue. Sinon, les États-Unis nous auraient écrasés depuis très longtemps. Dieu merci, l'absolu dans le domaine de souveraineté, ça n'existe pas. Je préfère plutôt l'autonomie. L'idée que je me fais, avant-hier, j'étais avec le ministre, je pense, hein, quand on n'a pas les infrastructures de base, quand on n'a pas gravi certains échelons, on ne peut pas prétendre même à l'autonomie. Il faut d'abord l'électricité, la couverture en connectivité, qui nous permet d'être beaucoup plus contributeurs au niveau des connaissances. Il nous faut ces outils-là, ces compétences d'abord. Donc, moi, je préfère qu'on travaille sur ce qui va nous conduire à l'autonomie, c'est-à-dire les infrastructures, les ressources humaines, et on y arrive finalement à la solidarité. Il y a 20 ans, nous avions le Fonds de solidarité numérique dont j'étais la vice-présidente. peut-être on a eu raison, on a eu tort d'avoir raison très tôt, parce que cette année, on vient de lancer le fonds de coopération numérique au niveau de l'ONG. Mais ah ben, Nina, tu es encore vivante. Alors, c'est pour dire quoi? Allons à la solidarité, allons à l'infrastructure, allons aux ressources humaines, aux compétences, et après l'autonomie, on ira vers un monde plus équilibré. Et peut-être, en plus, après cela, on parlera des souverainetés. Mais pour le moment, allons-y à l'humanitaire, allons-y à l'essentiel. Et félicitations à l'équipe de la France. Vous vous êtes mal débrouillés. Félicitations à vous. Bye.
Merci, Néna. Le maire, le petit mot de la fin.
Alors, sur souveraineté, gratuité et solidarité. La souveraineté, je ne pense pas que ça soit une fantaisie. En revanche, que ça soit un mot marketing mal utilisé, oui. Ce n'est pas une fantaisie parce que c'est un concept juridique et politique de toujours qui a permis de définir le droit international, l'affirmation des États-nations, la délimitation des frontières et donc la paix. Et on voit bien que quand on ne respecte pas les souverainetés nationales, eh bien ça crée du chaos et des états de guerre. Et donc, en revanche, ce terme de souveraineté, il n'appartient qu'aux États. Et c'est dans le cadre de l'affirmation de la souveraineté des États. Alors, on pourrait se dire, est-ce qu'il y a une souveraineté des organisations internationales telles que l'Union européenne? Moi qui suis plutôt fédéraliste européenne, je considère que oui, ce n'est pas la réalité aujourd'hui, mais c'est un vœu politique que j'exprime. Mais la souveraineté des États-nations, elle existe et elle doit être affirmée. Ça devient du marketing quand ça devient du business, quand on réalise que la sovereign tech dont vous parlez, qui effectivement est en risque de captation fort par l'extrême droite, eh bien, elle sert à pousser des solutions qui répondent à des cahiers des charges un peu plus exigeants. Le vrai sujet, c'est de faire réaliser le niveau de dépendance de certaines organisations dont la pérennité et la continuité de service sont critiques pour la société et pour l'économie. Et quand ces niveaux de dépendance sont très forts, eh bien, et trop forts, eh bien, de parvenir à faire émerger des solutions alternatives, des plans B, qui, sur toute la chaîne de valeur du numérique, permettent de regagner des doses d'autonomie. Alors effectivement, peut-être faudrait-il parler d'autonomie stratégique ou de gestion des interdépendances, mais je pense qu'il y a une clarification terminologique qui est très nécessaire. Alors effectivement, je suis en charge de Sustainability and Sovereignty. C'est marketing au sens où c'est pour aller au plus vite. Et que je pense que lorsqu'on s'interroge sur la gestion des interdépendances, on s'interroge sur la création de valeur au niveau local, sur l'économie circulaire, et qu'au fond, les objectifs de responsabilité sociale et de durabilité y rejoignent les objectifs d'autonomie. Voilà pour le premier point. Sur le gratuit, bien, je pense que la question se pose plus que jamais pour Wikipédia. Avec l'IA, les plateformes qui entraînent leur modèle sur les informations produites et qualifiées, curatées, ça se dit, curated, par Wikipédia, le font gratuitement et que ce n'est pas parfaitement normal. Et donc, j'avais beaucoup défendu le modèle de la gratuité il y a 10 ans, dans le contexte de l'IA-Gen et du constat de position encore plus monopolistique qu'auparavant. Je pense qu'il est possible de revenir sur ce principe pour affirmer un modèle freemium, mais aussi un modèle collaboratif et partenarial, mais l'affirmer fortement. Le contrat signé avec Mistral et Wikipédia France, il devrait exister dans tous les pays du monde avec toutes les plateformes qui fournissent des moteurs d'IA. Aujourd'hui, je trouve anormal que les grands acteurs se nourrissent de l'information produite par Wikipédia sans contrepartie. Au fond, vous maîtrisez mieux que quiconque les modèles de licence. Il faudrait appliquer vos modèles aux liens avec ces plateformes. Donc moi, je suis revenue sur mon principe. Et puis la solidarité, aujourd'hui, elle est absente. Elle va aussi mal que va mal le multilatéralisme. On a du mal à créer un fonds d'action pour le climat. Alors le fonds d'action pour la solidarité numérique, c'est une question de priorité politique. Aujourd'hui, on voit bien à quel point il est difficile de faire entendre l'idée que la solidarité, elle crée de la valeur et que le désordre, l'anarchie, le chaos, les fake news créent des coûts. Voilà. Mais je vous rejoins complètement sur l'agenda de la reconnaissance d'un statut des contributeurs. Je pense qu'il ne faut plus poser la question des communs en termes de quoi. C'est quoi un commun? Comment on le reconnaît dans le Code civil? Comment on sort de l'opposition avec les droits de propriété? Non, il faut passer par le qui. Qui sont les intermédiaires de confiance qui vont pouvoir garantir l'authenticité de l'information, sa source, sa transparence, et donc alimenter un monde informationnel qui est de plus en plus artificiel. Pour moi, c'est ça, l'avenir de Wikipédia, il est dans le qui et comment reconnaître les contributeurs. Et les questions qu'on se pose ici, on se les pose aussi dans le secteur privé. Les contributeurs des entreprises aux communautés open source, ils ont un rôle, ils ont une création de valeur. Il faut trouver la définition de la mesure de cette valeur créée qui va bien au-delà du KPI de Return on Investment de court terme, mais qui est très, très réel pour l'intérêt commun. Donc, il est là l'enjeu.
Très bien. Merci beaucoup. Merci à toutes les trois. Merci à toutes et tous. C'est donc la fin de notre discussion. Et bon appétit pour ceux qui n'ont pas encore mangé.
Testing? Oh, okay, great. Wonderful. Is our online speaker present? If we could just get a confirmation if he is there.
We
that
are
would be
just
awesome.
working on it. Give us 1 more minute and we'll confirm it.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Okay, in the interests of time, I think I'm going to get started while our final panelist joins us online. Welcome. So we are meeting in Paris just weeks after Europe has sweltered through yet another intense heat wave. Temperatures exceeded 40 degrees in parts of the continent. There were repercussions for human health, for food security and biodiversity. And events like these are becoming more frequent around the world. It's clear that we are now witnessing the impacts of climate change in real time. And at the same time, the information landscape is becoming increasingly complex. The science hasn't become less certain, but reliable information now competes with mis- and disinformation, which is driven by AI-generated content and social media platforms on an unprecedented scale. For most people, finding information has never been easier, but knowing what to trust has never been harder. Although climate change is affecting everyone on Earth, its impacts continue to fall disproportionately on the communities that have contributed least to causing it. Climate change is global, but it's experienced locally, and climate knowledge is no different. The realities people face, the questions they ask, and the sources they rely on vary enormously across regions. And that's why I'm very excited to welcome our panelists today, whose work spans continents, languages, and different Wikimedia communities. Together, we're going to explore what they've learned about building climate knowledge through Wikimedia platforms, and trying to share and create knowledge that is not only scientifically robust and up-to-date, but also representative of the communities it serves. I'm going to introduce our panel now. I'll start with myself. My name's Tatiana Beletta. I'm from South Africa originally, and I'm an environmental science communicator and Wikimedian in residence for climate at the Global Systems Institute. I'm joined by Dr. Femke Nijsse, who's from the Netherlands and now works as a senior lecturer in innovation, energy, and climate at the University of Exeter. She's a longtime Wikipedia climate contributor and an admin. Evelyn Heidel as well is here. She is program director at Wikimedia Uruguay and an open knowledge strategist. And hopefully online, we will have Mohamed Amin Ben Lulu, who is from Algeria. Mohamed is a community organizer, filmmaker, and regional coordinator for Wiki for Climate Change campaign in 2023. And that was specifically for the Maghreb region in Northwest Africa. Can I have a round of applause for all the panelists, please? I wonder if he's online. Okay, so we all approach the same goal from different directions. Some of us are working in research, science communication, community organizing. Could each of you explain a bit about the key elements of what it is that you do for climate on Wikipedia, and what has been the biggest challenge and the most effective tactic that you've found in improving climate content? I'll start with Femke.
Thank you very much. I work mostly as a volunteer in this space. I've been editing climate change articles almost since I got started. I was a teaching assistant in the Netherlands, and I was wondering to what extent were my students cheating? Looked at Wikipedia, how much plagiarism was there? Fortunately for these students, there was none, because the state of the Dutch Wikipedia around 2014 was absolutely horrendous. There was climate denial throughout the entire article, and there were a lot of people still active on Dutch Wikipedia that wanted to push climate misinformation narratives. And that was what got me hooked on starting to change this. With a lot of collaboration with the skeptics movement, which is very strong in the Dutch Wikipedia, we managed to get the article into a good state. Partially, I did that using English Wikipedia. When a couple of years later, another skeptic came back, they said, okay, I want to do this again, try figuring out how I can update it using English Wikipedia, and English Wikipedia turned out to be quite out of date. The biggest tactic when you edit in controversial areas is to be nice. You be nice and be very, very thorough. When you get connections with other editors, they are much more likely to want to come to a compromise. If you treat people with sometimes quite silly opinions with a lot of respect, you manage to get them on board to get to a better position of the article and make sure that the article completely follows reliable sources.
Interesting takes. I've also seen that, I guess it is, sometimes there are, even if you might disagree with what people are saying, there's something valid that you can always take from comments to actually constructively improve things collectively. Is Mohammed online yet? Does not look like it. Okay. Evelyn, can I throw to you?
Sorry, we are on Zoom, but there's no one on Zoom. So if you can clarify, and we'll be happy to put them up, if you can check.
Okay. We'll do that. In the meantime, I'm going to throw to Evelyn. So same question, tell us a bit about what your work is in this space, biggest challenges, most effective tactics. What can you share about campaigns and partnerships?
Yeah, so okay. I hope this is working. I'm not sure if it's working. Okay, cool. I work as the program director of Wikimania de Uruguay, but of course I'm very much interested in climate, also from a more volunteer perspective, so to speak. I think that the North America community has been fundamental also in like attracting some of this interest, and I actually participated in like a few editathons back in the day in the US, and I thought it was super interesting what they were doing and how they were trying to bridge science into Wikipedia, particularly climate science. And then I started a master's degree on law and economics on climate change, and I actually got my degree last Friday, so I finished it. Thank you. And I actually looked more in depth into Wikipedia and what was going on with the fossil fuel industries on Spanish Wikipedia. And I think that the main thing is that, and while I was doing that degree, I started seeing a lot of the gaps that were there in Spanish Wikipedia, both in terms of how updated the content was and how reliable it was, and also seeing some of the challenges that we have in terms of this point that you brought, Tatiana, which I think is like the most important point, because sometimes we Wikipedians tend to fall into this idea that we need to have everything standardized, and when we start talking about that, we miss all the regional and local context. And so while there might be a lot of science that is produced in English, the impacts and the effects of climate change are always local. And not having updated information and not having local information actually creates a lot of barriers for the people that need it the most, which are, at the end of the day, the people that are on the ground and on the territory. And so for me, that was very important. And we started organizing what was back in the day the Wiki for Human Rights campaign that was around climate change and sustainability topics, and now we are organizing the Wiki for Sustainable Futures, which changed its name, and that's part of like what also Mohammed has been doing in the Maghreb region. And I think it's important work, and it's also trying to bring the attention on how we can update some more of this content into different languages and how we can actually expand more, like adding other aspects of this problem that are also underrepresented on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that also struck me working in this space was it sometimes feels like there's a bit of a tension between trying to cover a climate topic very generally as an encyclopedia, and then trying to balance that with the kinds of like local knowledge that people might want to know that they can also potentially use. So there's a lot, I think, that I guess there's no specific way of doing it, but I think like especially with different languages, there's a lot of potential there in terms of actually speaking to to those needs that people have. What information do people actually want to know? I think just briefly, so I'm a resident at the University of Exeter. A lot of what I do is to work with not only students, but also researchers, being given that they know a lot about the most up-to-date climate change science. And I'm not just talking atmospheric science, but also social sciences, all of those aspects around climate change which are not as well represented as some of the maybe harder sciences. And that's been a very interesting experience because there's so much value in terms of the knowledge that these people have and what they can bring to Wikipedia, but trying to find the right opportunity for them to actually be able to fit it into their schedules and in a way that is kind of beneficial to them as researchers has not been an easy experience. But I've spoken a bit about that in some of the other events, and I'm happy to chat about it further if anyone is interested. Next question. So what is one thing that you've learned from working specifically on climate knowledge in Wikimedia spaces? And could you perhaps share an example of an editing or other related success that we could learn from?
When we usually think about climate misinformation, what we think about is climate disinformation or disinformation, where people intentionally spread lies about climate change. And the lies in climate change are usually quite subtle. People won't say climate change doesn't exist. People will say, I'm not quite sure, or there is uncertainty about the existence of climate change, the existence of a human influence on climate change. The sowing of uncertainty is the goal of climate denial. We have uncertainty, way too much uncertainty on our pages around climate change, but usually it doesn't come from an angle of disinformation. It comes from an angle of being incredibly out of date. One of the, there was a BBC journalist that did some investigative journalism on this topic. He discovered that climate denial was quite prevalent in small language Wikipedias. In response to that BBC article, we set up a big climate denial review where we looked at the climate change article in every single language on Wikipedia. So there were 143. We used a machine learning translation, which meant that most of these articles we were able to read, or at least read well enough to understand where there were climate change narratives, climate denial narratives. And what we figured out, there were a couple of languages, Belarusian Wikipedia was one, where you had outright denial. They cited the people that are spreading this disinformation, this uncertainty about climate change. But of the 1/3 of Wikipedia languages where there was misinformation, 1 in 3 languages had significant misinformation. Almost all of it came from an old translation of the English Wikipedia. Around 2006, 2010, the science was less certain. And that less certain science at that point was exaggerated slightly on the English Wikipedia. When these smaller languages translated from English, but sometimes also from each other via English, you would see that these narratives stayed. And these articles were translated once and then never looked at again. So the project we did, we reached out on all the village pumps in all these languages. We reached out via the Wikimedian for Sustainable Development user group on Meta to figure out who could update the article. And we had loads of new translations as a result, and loads of languages that were very happy to fight misinformation, but had not been aware of it before. I've not seen this project being used for other themes of misinformation, but I think it's something that we can replicate in other themes as well, because I doubt that climate change is the only one where we have such widespread misinformation.
I mean, only one thing. I've learned so many things across this work, but I do wanna give a shout out, because I think that the most important thing that I've witnessed more than learned is actually the amount of energy that the local communities in the ground are bringing to this topic. it's just amazing. People are working in like really hard contexts. In Latin America in particular, I'm probably some of you are aware, an environmental defender is killed every 24 hours, or like the numbers are basically terrible. It's like with some parts of Southeast Asia, Latin America is the most challenging region to actually be an environmental defender. So we're not talking in abstract terms about what it means to edit Wikipedia. People like are actually doing, are like putting themselves on the front line for doing some of this work. And so in the context of very complicated, very violent regions. And so I think like witnessing that sort of energy being brought onto Wikipedia, because people actually understand the importance of putting this information online. It's not only a matter of, you know, of course, like it is a matter of reliable science, but it is also a matter of defending their own territories, a matter of defending the life that they have. In most of the cases, most of these environmental defenders are actually people that are living in natural spaces that are trying to be destroyed by companies. And so it is actually super important that that information gets reflected. And it is amazing to witness that energy and to witness how respectful approaches to knowledge are also super important, because oftentimes we tend to focus a lot in the science and in the hard science, but we also forget that there are also very important knowledges that need to be brought into the light around environmental topics, and particularly around thinking like what are the solutions for the climate crisis that we're currently in. Because I think that's the other important aspect. It's why do we do this work at all? And I think that sometimes we think that we do it because we need to communicate more about the climate crisis, and then everyone feels everyone shuts down because they feel like this is such. Okay. I guess that's a perfect transition from Mohamed, actually, for Benlulu, because like he knows how challenging it is to work there in the Maghreb region. And so part of the reason why we also changed the name of the campaign was because we wanted to make sure that like people in the ground could participate without putting their lives at risk. And so I think like also being context aware is super important. I'm so happy to see you, Benlulu. I'm so sorry that you couldn't be here.
We're so happy to have you here, Mohamed. Did you catch the question, or, I mean, Evelyn kind of very nicely threw the ball straight into your court. Did you catch the question, or are you happy to just build on what Evelyn was saying from your own personal experiences in the regions that you work?
Yeah, okay, been following, the experience that you have in participating in the campaign. And I follow in the Maghreb region. For the first time when I organized the Wiki for Climate Change in the Maghreb region, the biggest challenges, I believe, is connected Wikimedia community, because it was like how to convince all, members of Wikimedia community to work together for the first time and be part of one subject and one challenge that we facing in the region, how digitalized all this information and give the opportunity, especially underrepresented people, their right to have access for this information in their local languages. And the second challenge, I believe, it's how to communicate with those underrepresented people, how to teach them about all these challenges in their own look, and be involved all Wikimedia project to be a part of this. But I was happy for the first time, that we did what we should to do, and be happy that Wikimedia will be part of this campaign for the first time. And it's very important, to connect with the local and underrepresented people, because they have a voice, and their voice must be heard, I believe, through Wikimedia, with the Wikimedia project. And as we concerning the name, even if you mentioned the name, we have some challenges concerning the name, that we all the time trying to localize, the theme that be acceptable in the region.
Now that you're here as well, maybe just also to continue on what Evelyn mentioned and raised. So climate change is global, but climate knowledge is not equally represented. This is a gigantic question. But I mean, where do you, Mohammed, and you, Evelyn, where do you see the biggest gaps, and like what is it that Wikimedia communities and Wikipedia editors can realistically do about it? Like how do we kind of do that work most efficiently, given that there is so much to be done?
I mean, without sounding controversial, I think it's actually super important that we keep on, like, that we don't give up in doing this work, in the sense that we're in a very challenging environment for this work right now at this moment. There's a lot of attempts to make this a partisan issue, like to make this a political issue, to make this like an issue that sparks like controversy and sparks division. And I think that that's one of the biggest challenges that we have to navigate. And as a response to that, people and organizations that should be actually more actively involved are trying to shut down. And so what we are seeing right now, for example, and I'm going to bring the example of the US because I think it's super clear in there, what we are seeing in the US is that what's happening right now is that more and more newspapers and media organizations that used to have climate offices do not have any more climate offices any longer. And what we are seeing in Latin America too is that environmental news coverage is also getting defunded, deprioritized in newsrooms, and that's a problem for us because, like, actually, whenever you're like trying to cover an environmental conflict, like news sources are super relevant. And I'm not gonna go into like a very like the epistemological conversation about the challenges that those sources sometimes have in underrepresented languages because they do have a lot of problems. We don't have like good environmental journalism often in our regions. Like there are like significant problems, but the situation is just getting more dire. And so I think that's like the one thing. And I would say like the importance of like not giving up on speaking on this topic only because like winds have shifted.
Mohammed, do you have anything you want to say on that point as well?
Yeah, I believe it's, it's now, it's very important to be aware how it's very important, to work together, especially with Wikimedia communities and climate change subject, because like as recently I was organizing Arabic environmental contest in Wikipedia Arabic, which was supported by a many project. Thanks to them. I know there is a huge gap, really a huge gap of image knowledge, especially when it become Wikipedia Arabia. And that give me like a question, what we missed and what we should do. And it's give you more, responsibility and motivation same time, to work more and be motivated. It's not easy to be motivated all the time, but the sense of responsibility and awareness that push you further to to work and continue working to close this gap.
Thank you. So just to pivot a little bit, I guess, back to the issue of the current status around the online information landscape. I wonder if any of you have any stories about particular aspects around how your work has been affected by this and how you might be responding to it. Femke, maybe I can start with you. What are you seeing around Wikipedia's content around climate change and how generative AI and all of the massive amounts of AI things that we are dealing with now, how is that affecting the information we're seeing, people's attitude towards editing the space?
There's good things and there's bad things. There's probably way more bad things. So the bad thing is that as volunteers, we're completely overrun with AI slop. Every new article that gets created on the topic of climate change, as well as the rest of Wikipedia, there's a very, very good chance that it's written by an AI, which means that the thing that we are built on, our trust is built on that the sources that we cite actually verify the information that we say that it should cite. And most of the cheap AIs, at least, don't have that correspondence. They might give you sources, and there is a chance that these sources say that what the AI pretends that they say, but usually not quite or not at all. So we see a massive influx of new articles, but also in existing articles of new text that is AI generated. And volunteers are getting burnout. And this is making it really difficult to build up community. Sometimes new editors don't know our rules about AI and don't know the dangers of AI, will use it and will be chased away because people are very, very grumpy. Sometimes people might speak English as a second language or might be on the autism spectrum and have a linguistic tics that are very similar to what these large language models use and will be chased away. So we're seeing quite strong dangers, both directly from the AI on Wikipedia and how our editing community is not really coping that well. We don't yet have the tools that we need to detect AI, and also to detect when something is not AI and there are new editors that we need to bring into the fold. There's some good things as well. As I was saying, one of our biggest problems is not that we have misinformation. Usually when somebody comes into the community and screams how bad Wikipedia is and that we should deny aspects of climate change or that we should deny that solutions are effective, the community closes ranks, and we usually don't even have to block them because they see that their stuff is going nowhere. If you're rude, you don't really get that much of a welcoming site in. But we do have that problem of things being outdated. And AI can help identify if you copy text and say, hey, which of these paragraphs have text that doesn't really align well with the scientific literature? Then there is a good chance you get a response about which of these sentences are more likely to be unaligned with current consensus in the academic literature. It's a chance. There are dangers because there will be biases in these AIs, but it's probably a more rapid process than going through all the sources and all the sentences in an entire article and rewrite it from scratch. So it can help us prioritize.
Yeah, Evelyn and Mohammed, I mean, you don't necessarily need to speak directly to AI, I guess, but yeah, just in general, the information crisis, I'm sure AI is part of that as well. Either one. Yeah, how are you seeing it affect the knowledge communities that you're working in? And I mean, yeah, how can you respond to it as well?
Okay, I will start. I believe my last experience with, Arabic, environmental Arabic contest, we find a lot of information need to be updated, and we can avoid about challenges. We can avoid, AI, because so many information that we need, to be checked again, to be scientific information, and I believe it's important to build, especially a partnership with, specialists. We are comedians working climate, but we must always back to, scientific research, especially when it comes some information that be, to be, is it true or just a rumor? And some people, paid to get, directed, or some information doesn't work for their interest. So it's very important, to check again. And AI right now is, the thing that in control us, and I agree there is a positive side and the negative, but I always ask myself, what are the standards that we use so we can avoid AI from the reality, not right now, but think from now to 1,000, 2,000 years.
I think that like the problems that we have is like, and I'm sorry, like I hope that no one like leaves this session feeling all doom and gloom. That's that's definitely not my intent. But I do think, as I spoke about like newsrooms, the other problem that we have is like actually it's not necessarily inside our ecosystem, it's on the outside world. And so science is increasingly being defunded. And I also want to mention that there we also have a very important linguistic gap, because most of the science, even if it's about local issues, it's published in English. And that creates a lot of very important barriers for people that might want to have access to that science directly in the languages, and they can't. Even we can talk about like how so many different tools have like help with translation, whatever. There's like, it's both like a linguistic barrier, but it's also a barrier on like terms of scientific like literacy as well. So it's not only the linguistic component to it. And so science being defunded, it's one of the biggest issues that we have right now. And it is increasingly happening in the Global South in particular. I think that the other like big challenge that we have to the information ecosystem as a whole is the influence that the different companies that are like the companies that are like doing bad things for the environment actually have in the information ecosystem. So part of my thesis actually looked into how generative AI was giving answers around fossil fuel companies, and the things that you get are very dependent on whether the chatbot is more corporation friendly or not, and the sort of influence that they are having in that information environment is concerning, but it is also concerning the overarching lack of response, I will say, or lack of attention that our community has paid to those areas, and in particular in languages outside from English. But in general, most of those companies' pages, for example, are very much promotional. You know, they don't really like cover well some of the environmental conflicts or some of the other like climate change aspects that companies have some influence on. And of course, like Femke already mentioned the problem of outdated content, which I think in most languages, this is the biggest challenge that we have. And the outdated content comes from actually not having a very strong community of people that are dedicated to the topic. And so that's the reason why the campaign is so important, because it's, in a way, it's trying to provide an avenue for that, and also trying to engage with that community in very different ways. And just to conclude this thought, I think that it's also important to recognize that oftentimes what happens in our part of the world, in the Global South, in like Latin America, in the context where Ben Lulu is also working, and in other parts of the world, it's actually super important to support that work. And by support that work, I know that like Wikipedia is all about being a volunteer, but sometimes we actually need to like help support the people that are doing the work by giving them fellowships, by giving them space at universities, by providing some sort of financial support so they can actually do their work. And so I'm always like thankful for like the people that and the organizations that have supported us in like providing fellowships, for example, for Wikipedia editors, so they can do some of this work. But it is important to mention that.
So following on from that, how can we prioritize going forward? Like what are the biggest leverages or levers? What are the biggest opportunities for impact? And if there, were people who wanted to be involved in editing or creating another project around Wikimedia projects around climate change, like what advice would you give to them? How can they be impactful?
To me, we follow the readers. And readers interested in climate change increasingly aren't interested in climate change. Instead, people care about the cost of living. People care about energy security. People care about wars and how they interact with climate change. So when we prioritize articles to work on, We've often looked at the scientific articles, but to some extent they're not of the most interest to our readers. And in these big tables of most read pages in different languages, something that the community tech team made, you can see which articles are of interest. Dog food is one. Dog food in the UK causes 1% of emissions. And when you think about climate mitigation, you don't really think about dog food, because why would you? It's your companion, it's your friend. You're not going to connect that to climate change. But it is something where where there is research, and we know that some foods aren't as polluting, and a lot of people that care about pets care about the environment. So bring the elements of climate change to the pages where people are reading. I think a point that Evelyn was making about the impact of big money on this is also very important. People don't read company pages that much on Wikipedia because it's somewhat boring to read about a company, but it can have a very large impact. And if we look at the wider knowledge place that we live in now, when people Google these things, they will go to an AI, which mostly trains on Reddit and Wikipedia. So we have quite a large leverage point there as well. If we talk about solutions, if we talk about businesses that might have stop these solutions from coming into fruition, those are the points where, as both a volunteer community, but also as more and more we might see more professional people working in this space, we can make the biggest difference.
Maybe if I could also just add, something that we've also worked on is trying to do rapid response editing when we see a mis or disinformation narrative in the media or in social media. This often happens around extreme weather events or other incidents. There is always a massive uptick on Wikipedia around that topic or an article that has been created about that topic. A good example was the Iberian Peninsula blackout, which happened, I think it was April last year. So huge parts of Spain lost power, and it was quite confusing as to what the cause was. There was not a lot of clarity, but it did get picked up by certain right-wing Spanish groups that were basically pointing the finger at renewable energy. The fact that Spain has prioritized the energy transition, very much so, and I think there was the first time that they were running on renewable power pretty much completely, but almost. But
that is one of the bits of disinformation about this event, actually.
Oh yeah?
Yes, they had been doing that for quite a few times already in the past.
So essentially there was a lot of confusion around this event. It's also a very technical topic, like trying to understand how a renewable energy system works if you don't know anything about it is very challenging. So it's a prime vulnerability for a narrative to get picked up on. And so we were trying to track very much what was coming out, what reporting, what sort of narratives were being said about this incident, what could actually be factually said, and what was more hearsay, and trying to update the article about that incident to prevent mis and disinformation narratives.
Can I add something to that? Yeah. So one of the reasons that these kind of events are very, very fruitful for people that spread misinformation is that there is a lack of knowledge. We didn't know in April what caused that power outage. Some expert had some idea what it might be, but overall we had no idea. Right-wing media quite often wants to put the first flag in the ground. This is what caused it, and this is the thing that we've been writing against for months and months and months. So this is what we're gonna blame. Whereas people that want to get the truth will wait. There is some investigation going on, and having two narratives. One is, I don't know, and the other narrative is, it's the renewables, makes for a very fruitful way of spreading misinformation. That was also what you saw on the articles then. You saw all these right-wing newspapers being cited, who cited experts or semi-experts saying it was renewables' faults. In the end, a year later, the investigation was done, and it turned out that there were 30 different things that went wrong, one of which was related to renewables, making that initial narrative quite inaccurate.
I wonder if the audience has any questions.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a roving mic, but we do have a tiny bit of time before closing. Are there any people in the audience that want to highlight some work that they are doing around climate change knowledge and Wikimedia projects? I was told there was a roving mic, but perhaps not. I could also sprint off the stage. I'm that dedicated. Just put your hands up if you want to.
I'm just curious if there's an overall update on the state of the climate change wiki project. Yeah. How's that going?
So there are a lot of different wiki projects in a lot of different countries, and or a lot of different language Wikipedias, and we don't talk to each other too much. So I can sort of talk about the English Wikipedia. We quite often with Wiki Project follow the news, because when there are news writes about a topic, we see more and more volunteers interested in a topic, because the news has not been writing much about climate change in recent years. We also see a lack of new volunteers in Wiki Project climate change. The old people are still there, still doing the work, but we don't have the momentum we had after Greta Thunberg came into play. And that was a challenging time, because we got a lot of activists there. And these kind of activists had a lot of energy to change things, but also it took quite a while to socialize them into Wikipedia's norms around neutrality. Yeah, so it's calmer than it has been in previous years.
There's a question over here.
I have actually started a while ago to write on articles connected by narratives with climate change. Well, I think we should consider in the aftermath of this session what we can do in general.
We didn't catch the question very well. What was the question? Could you repeat the question?
I actually have started editing on issues related to climate change. Obviously, there are certain narratives. I think we should, at some project or whatever, decide or discuss we could do. I actually have joined the climate change group on English language Wikipedia.
Fantastic. Yeah, if you tell me your name after the session, I'll be happy to connect.
One down there.
Yeah, and while the mic is going there, I think that like the most important thing is actually connecting. So Benlulu and I met last year at Wikimania Nairobi, and I think that like actually bringing people together is the most important thing that we could be doing on for this topic right now, getting to know each other.
Just an idea or a provocation that is linked to climate change, but not directly about climate change. But it's the work that is on sustainability and the environmental impact of AI and technological hubris in general, and a link with movements that resist and campaign against the environmental impacts of these companies and data centers and I don't know. That's a question and a provocation. There is a lot of work around that. I know Evelyn. We're trying to connect. I'm Jota. So that's again. There's lots of interest groups. That's something that I would be very interested in helping out or participating in.
Yeah, for sure. So, like, thank you for that question. And I'm gonna bring my unpopular opinion. I love to saying like things like that, but I think that like the problem that we have right now on environmental topics is that basically AI is sucking out all the air that we have on everything, and so everything is now AI. And I think that like it's a very valid point, right? Like people are organizing against data centers, and so of course like you need to support that, but like we still need to talk about like the role that fossil fuel industries have in the environmental crisis, in the climate crisis, because if we don't address that, that's like the biggest challenge that we actually have, like the fossil fuel extraction, the transition to renewable energies, and everything has become yet again around AI. And in a way, it's feeding like its own like narratives, and like it is actually impeding us in some way to like make progress in other areas that still need to significantly change, like how we produce food, how we power our societies, and where are we actually going to get the water that we need to like do all those things. And those are really, to me, like the most like pressing questions that we still have when it comes to some of these topics on climate change. And not that I don't think that like the data centers are not important, but I think that they are also diverting some of our attention to some of the really most pressing sustainability topics that we have.
So I think I'm going to take it back to our panelists before we close. I would be loath to leave everyone with a sensation of doom and gloom, especially because, as Evelyn said earlier, there's so many people who constantly I admire and they inspire me every day in terms of how much dedication they have to work on this topic, even in the face of literally life-threatening circumstances. So I think that that is really something to be celebrated. And we have done a lot of good things as well in this space. So my question for each of our panelists, perhaps I'll start with you, Mohammed. Could each of you please share what Wikipedia or Wikimedia climate change developments you're most excited about at the moment?
For me personally, the last time when we met in Nairobi, it was something give you like more motivational. And right now, recently, I'm working a lot in Wikipedia Arabic because it was the most, project that be rated in the region, Arabic speaker, or writer, or editors. And there is a huge gap, I believe, that must work, that be closed, because, the climate change topic in Arabic has a long history, but I believe still need to work more and build more partnership. And this year, I was happy to partnership with a Million Project. It was great experience, but we need to be more, partnership and supported, to continue, because there is a lot to be done. Thank you.
To me, the role that scientists can play in Wikipedia gives me a lot of hope. More and more funding organizations, big national funding applications for science want scientists to do science communication. And we are in conversations and quite early stage to make sure that Wikipedia is one of these things that scientists can do that give them credit for their promotion, for their work. Because I believe that Wikipedia really works because we have a lot of scientists, we have a lot of people that have no idea what they're talking about. And that combination of people brings for great ideas. If scientists were alone on this, what you would have is incredibly difficult articles that would just use terms like Navier-Stokes. When you tell people, science shows, when you tell people, be mindful of your audience. Your audience is not an expert. People say, oh yeah, that's a very good point, and don't change anything. They will continue to write in really, really difficult language. And this is the curse, this is related to the curse of knowledge. You can't, if you know something, it's really difficult to place yourself in the head of somebody who doesn't know it. And scientists have this, other people that learn things new also have this. So the lovely thing about Wikipedia is having more of these scientists and connecting them to people that have no idea what they're talking about. And these people are super, super valuable because they make sure that scientists talk about things in day-to-day terms. And the fact that scientists can now have more time to work on Wikipedia does give me hope.
Oof, I'm the worst person to ask any questions about, like, what gives you hope? Really nothing, but like...
We're trying to end with an optimistic feeling, come on.
Yeah, so then I shouldn't like end, right? Like I shouldn't be the one ending, right? I mean, it's like, it's I have like a contradiction, right? It's like nothing brings me hope, but at the same time, I'm working all the time, and so there must be something. Like, I must believe that like change can actually happen, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this all the time. So I guess that for me, like when we started with all of this work around like wiki projects and all these things, like we were only like a couple of people. Like I think that I could count in with like my hands, right? Like we were at best 3 that were like really like committed and let's start a wiki project and let's start like doing some of these things. And now we have a full like working group on climate justice and Wikimedia projects. We did this collaboration between the working group and Wikimedia Brazil on the UNESCO. We did our UNESCO project on information integrity that won the fund of the Global Initiative on Information Integrity on Climate Change. And so like all those are like very cool things, right? And it gave us like space to collaborate and do things together. We actually did a conference on like indigenous voices and climate justice and Wikimedia projects back in 2024 in Huaraz, Peru, right next where the glaciers are melting, by the way. But I think that in a way, like when you look back, you are like, okay, so the community is actually there. There's a lot of people that are interested and are willing and ready to mobilize. You just need to kind of like gather them around and like provide a space for them to show up. And so I think that, and when you do that, they show up. And so people showing up for me is the most important thing that we can have right now.
I think you just listed a whole range of things to feel hopeful about. I always feel very inspired about everything that's going on in South America and the collaborations in particular. We are at time. I just want to invite everyone, if you want to talk to, I'm sure, just to speak on your behalf, I'm sure any of us would love to talk to you further about any climate change related things and Wikimedia projects. Thank you so much to my wonderful panelists. Thank you for coming.
Bye, Mohammed.
Cheers, Mohammed.
Hello, hello, hi, hello, bonjour, salut. We'll start shortly. Please take a seat. Veuillez vous asseoir. On va commencer très bientôt. Très bientôt. Merci. Thank you. I will present what. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Hello, everyone. Hello. Hello. And welcome for the first Lightning Talk Showcase for this Wikimania 2026. Tomorrow will be the second showcase. My name is Habib Mhenni. I'm a co-lead of the program committee for this Wikimania. Lightning Talks. Yeah, Lightning Talks are the best and the fun session I attend in Wikimania. So our committee has concocted and selected for you 13 presentations today. And these presentations are so quick, 5 minutes each. So they pack it with energy and fun. And we have presentation from all our communities. We try to present all our communities. And we are welcoming our first presenter, Jan.
Thank you. Well, bonjour, Wikimania. My name is Jan David Franke. I'm a policy advisor with Wikimedia Deutschland. And I want to briefly reframe the wiki projects as digital public luxury. When we hear the word luxury, we usually think of exclusion. We think of something expensive, scarce, available only to a few. But luxury can also mean something built to last and designed to enrich people's lives. What would it mean to provide that kind of quality, not privately, but publicly? This is the idea of public luxury, a recent concept from economic and political theory. It refers to exceptional, shared resources that everyone can access, that do not depend on the exploitation of others, and communities can govern in the public interest. The author Georges Monbiot has summarized this idea in 4 words: private sufficiency, public luxury. Accordingly, each of us may have a modest private domain, a home, personal belongings, space of our own. But the capitalist promise that everyone can one day achieve private luxury cannot be fulfilled. It is socially impossible because extreme private wealth depends on unequal access to resources. And it is ecologically impossible because there is simply not enough planetary capacity for everyone to consume like the super rich. Public luxury offers a different aspiration. A magnificent public park can be enjoyed by millions. So can a library, a museum, a public transport system, or a public swimming pool. Instead of duplicating luxury privately, we create abundance collectively. Today, I want to suggest that the Wikimedia projects are a form of digital public luxury, and that this framing can help us understand what makes Wikimedia special, what makes it political, and what we need to protect. Consider what these projects make available. Wikipedia gives us an enormous multilingual body of knowledge. Wikimedia Commons preserves millions of images, documents, and other cultural resources. Wikidata provides structured knowledge that can be reused by communities around the world. There are no paywalls, no premium version of an article reserved for those who can afford it. The Wiki projects offer something luxurious, not because it is exclusive, but because it is shared. This distinction matters because much of today's internet is organized around extraction. Platforms collect our data, optimize for engagement, and concentrate decision-making power in private companies. Their services may appear free, but users often pay through surveillance, manipulation, and dependency. And the underlying infrastructure always belongs to someone else. The company determines the rules, it controls the data, and it can change the conditions of participation or access. The Wiki projects belong to a different political and economic sphere, the commons. A commons is neither private property nor simply a service provided by the state. It is a resource governed by a community for shared and continuing use. No individual contributor owns Wikipedia. Editors, developers, donors, and affiliates all participate in sustaining a resource that must remain available to others. This creates a particular kind of responsibility. We do not merely consume the resource, we maintain it, improve it, and hand it forward. Open licenses ensure that knowledge can circulate beyond the original platforms. Volunteer collaboration enables people to contribute knowledge across borders. And community governance creates opportunities, often imperfect, often difficult, for participants to shape the infrastructures they depend on. This is more than just a different business model. It's a different vision of what the internet can be. The dominant internet tells us that large-scale digital services require corporate hegemony. The Wiki projects demonstrate that this is not true. They show that complex global infrastructure can be created through nonprofit stewardship, shared resources, and collective participation. But public luxury is not automatic, and it is not unlimited, online or offline. It has to be built and defended politically. A commons can be neglected, reproduce social inequality, or be enclosed by actors who take from the shared resource without supporting the communities that sustain it. That is why the future of the Wiki projects are not only a technical question. It is a matter of what kind of digital society we want. After all, Wikipedia, Wikidata, Wikicommons, and the like have been political all along. And our task is to defend and improve them and make sure that they remain available to everyone. Public luxury gives us a language for making that case. It allows us to say that free knowledge is not merely a charitable service for people who cannot afford commercial alternatives. It is something much more ambitious, a collectively governed form of abundance. The Wiki projects are not simply a collection of useful websites, they are a shared public infrastructure. They demonstrate that the best digital resources do not have to be scarce, privately owned, or available only on someone else's terms. Another internet is not merely possible, parts of it are already here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan David, and welcome to Svetlana.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Svetlana Veslinska, and I am the GLAM project manager at Wikimedia Ukraine. Imagine a museum with thousands of unique photographs, documents, or manuscripts. Visitors can see them in the museum, but how can people around the world discover them? Just preserving cultural heritage is not enough. We also need to make it visible to the world. Many Ukrainian cultural institutions already understand that Wikimedia platforms can help make this possible. Today, I would like to present the international Swedish-Ukrainian project, Open GLAM in Ukraine training program, supported by the Swedish Institute. This project builds on a pilot initiative from 2025, when 554 Ukrainian GLAM institutions took part in a nationwide survey. The survey helped us understand the real needs, barriers, and expectations of Ukrainian GLAM institutions. The goal of this project is not only to teach cultural professionals how to edit Wikipedia or upload files to Wikimedia Commons. Our goal is to help cultural institutions integrate open knowledge into their daily work and build long-term collaboration with Wikimedia. The program has 3 levels: an open online course, a short leadership course for GLAM managers, and an advanced training program for selected professionals. The advanced program is the core of the project. We decided it based on readiness rather than assumptions. The curriculum reflects the topics that GLAM institutions requested most in last year's survey. During 80 classroom hours, participants complete 8 modules covering Wikipedia, Wikimedia Commons, copyright, CC licenses, and strategic GLAM Wikimedia cooperation. We originally planned to train 20 participants in the first cohort, but the interest was so high that we increased the number of places. The first cohort included professionals from national, regional, and local museums, libraries, archives, and heritage institutions across Ukraine. Throughout the program, we assess participants' knowledge and collect feedback. Before the training, we conducted a survey to understand their previous Wikimedia experience, learning needs, motivation, and plans for applying these skills in their institutions. The results also help us to refine the curriculum. After just 5 intensive training days, participants achieved the results you can see on the screen. Importantly, 95% of participants had never edited Wikimedia projects before or had only minimal experience. So, every new article, every edit, or every uploaded image is more than just a number. It represents real learning and new skills. But for us, the most important result is not the numbers. It's that after the training, these institutions are planning long-term collaboration with the Wikimedia movement, not just one-time editing. We are only at the beginning of the project, but the interest from the Ukrainian GLAM institutions is already very encouraging. We hope our experience will be useful for other Wikimedia communities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Svetlana. Welcoming now Pavan and Supernabla.
Bonjour, Wikimedians. So, we are introducing the India Software Stories, a project to preserve and present the history of source code production. And we all know that knowledge deserves care, and software is a very peculiar form of knowledge, deserving the same attention as music and literature production, for instance. And knowledge is fragile, same as source code. So basically, like dandelion seeds, it may scatter and get lost. So archiving it gives it roots. There was a call here in Paris at UNESCO in 2019 calling for preserving the history of computer science and source code, especially while the early generation of computer scientists and developers is still alive. And at a UNESCO symposium this year, again in Paris, the UNESCO Assistant Director General for Communication and Information stated it clearly. So source code is not just a technical infrastructure, but is knowledge, it is memory, and it holds documentary value and is part of our shared heritage with universal value. So for this reason, we are presenting the Software Stories project. So to give source code a permanent home and a story. So we have developed a website which provides a presentation layer for GLAM institution, displaying different landmark source code and source collections. So to do this, we did the website in partnership with Software Heritage, which is a digital public good based here in Paris, with the stated mission to share and reference all available source code produced by the world. And for this, it shares much the same vision of Wikimedia in terms of licensing and reuse. And so source code is collecting its dumps in software heritage. Then Wikimedia Commons adds images, logos, videos with interviews of the original authors and tutorials. And then Wikidata acts as a collector where all structured data come together with information about the authors and, for instance, the software heritage identifiers, which are a property in the knowledge graph. This is a screenshot from the Software Heritage Archive. It's similar to the Internet Archive. You can paste your URL here. And then after archiving it, you can recover it with permalinks and other metadata.
So we are working on particularly software related to India and that to Indian languages. So you can see on the screen that first one is Lekini, is one of the transliteration software in Telugu, and next one is Slug algorithm, which provides a visualization for some of the Indian language text. And then next one is Urdu script. It's also a very important code in Urdu using Latin alphabet. And this is also Eril. So it has all keywords in Tamil words, and it has a great idea of every child can write a real code if the code is in their mother tongue instead of English or other languages. These softwares, which are important to development of these languages, has a permanent home in Software Heritage Archive, and also it has Wikidata items, and also material about that is in Wikimedia Commons.
Okay, so this was really a global effort, and I would really like to thank everyone in this slide, from Hyderabad, Nivas, to Paris, Mathilde, and also Yale, Catherine, and Kenneth. And please join us with your local community. We would really like to have you on board. You'll find what we built so far in the upper QR code, and then also the permanent home to the lower code. Thank you, everyone. Happy Wikimania.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for this project, Pavan and Super Dabla. And now, welcoming Shahen.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Shahen. And the presentation I'll be talking about is titled, If It's Not Online, It's Invisible, Minority Languages in an AI Era, the Case of Western Armenian. So we're from the Western Armenian, Wikimedians of Western Armenian Language User Group. So this is me 10 years ago. Well, 9 years ago. I was 18. It's my first lightning talk about youth wikicamps that was supposed to be teaching me, diaspora kids, how to edit Wikipedia, and that's literally why I'm here. We thought we were digitizing a heritage, we were building an infrastructure, we just did not have the word for it yet. So half the identifiable web is in English. It's in one language, and Spanish and German, the next two, are at 6% each. It's not a gradual drop, it's more of a cliff. So there are around 7,000 living languages that we know of, and only a few hundred are visible online at all. And Wikipedia is the most linguistically generous institution on the internet, and we reached around 360, I think now, not just 345. And that's about 5% of all languages, and that's the good news. A language can be alive in kitchens, classrooms, and churches for our cases, and still be invisible to every system that decides what the next generation finds. So a very interesting case that we've had with our Wikipedia is, even though we have millions of speakers and dozens of newspapers online, the only open source database in Western Armenian online is Wikipedia. So when you're talking to an LLM like ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini in Western Armenian, and they find a typo, and you find a typo in the responses that you receive, the case is very likely that you can trace that typo back to Wikipedia. So Western Armenian is listed in the UNESCO Atlas as one of the world's languages in danger, or endangered languages. It got its own ISO code, HYW, only in 2018, Before that, digitally speaking, it was not a separate language in existence. And actually, multiple people in the crowd over there, Azniv and David, helped create this ISO code for Western Armenian, so kudos to them. Yes. Content in Western Armenian lived on Armenian Wikipedia from 2015, and then the independent project went live in 2019, and our user group was recognized in 2020. So there's no governmental support, no ministry, no broadcaster, no state, just around 50 active users a month from Beirut, Athens, Istanbul, Aleppo, Yerevan, etc. And today we crossed 14,000 articles. Well, in like maybe 2 hours, we'll cross 14,000 articles. That is more than Khmer, it's more than like Maltese, which are all, Malta is a member of the European Union, so it's impressive. Those languages have states, and we have a WhatsApp group chat. That puts us just inside the top half of all Wikipedias, which sounds like a success story, and I think it is, but it's also a problem. Wait, it didn't change. Okay. The smaller the language, the heavier the Wikipedia. So English Wikipedia is a rounding error inside English. There is more English text in a week of the internet than all of it. So for us, it inverts. Whatever we build is plausibly the largest structured, openly licensed body of Western Armenian that exists anywhere. Not the largest Wikipedia in our language, the largest anything. So the leverage runs backwards. Per person, our editors almost certainly shape how the language is represented more than any single English editor shapes English as a language. So nobody assigned us that, nobody is resourcing it. But when it comes to the theme, in terms of liberté, when no state will publish for you, publishing without permission is not abstract, it is the whole thing. Équité, around 50 volunteers, should not be the difference between language existing online and not existing online. And fiabilité, in English, an error is caught by 1 of 200,000 people plus. In Western Armenian, an article may never be read by a second editor. What we write becomes the default and stays the default. Conclusion, measure smaller communities by what only they can produce, because nobody else is going to produce it. Volume is the wrong metric, and it will always be. For a language spread across a dozen countries with no center, this project is the center. So, okay, get in touch if you want to talk more about endangered languages.
Thank you, Shahen. Now, place to Mamisawa to talk.
Avez-vous déjà pensé que les patrimoines que vous avez déjà visités ou lorsque vous avez visité lorsque vous étiez enfant pourraient disparaître un jour? C'est la question que je me suis posée. Mes parents m'ont emmené visiter l'emblématique palais de la reine Manzakamiadan à Antananarivo. Aujourd'hui, mes enfants ne peuvent plus voir le palais que j'ai connu avant. Donc, cette expérience m'a fait comprendre de l'importance de documenter notre patrimoine. Bonjour à toutes et à toutes. Je suis Ravelortina Mamisou, je viens de Madagascar et je suis membre de Wikimania Madagascar. Aujourd'hui, je vais vous montrer comment les partenariats GLAM et les campagnes peuvent contribuer à la préservation de la mémoire de la patrimoine. Comme d'autres pays, Madagascar possède des sites historiques, des patrimoines exceptionnels, des monuments historiques, des traditions, des langues, des savoirs locaux. Et pourtant, une grande partie de ce patrimoine reste très peu visible sur Internet et même très peu documenté. Quand nous cherchons des informations sur les images de certains sites historiques malgaches, nous constatons souvent qu'il existe très peu de contenu librement accessible. Donc cette situation représente un risque réel. Ce qui n'est pas documenté aujourd'hui risque de disparaître de notre mémoire collective. Un des exemples les plus marquants était le palais de la reine au cœur d'Antananarivo, Manzakamiadan. Quand Quand j'étais enfant, comme je viens de le dire, mes parents m'ont emmené donc le visiter. Et en 1996, il a été ravagé par un incendie, alors que très peu de documents est disponible. En plus, Wikimania n'existait pas encore à l'époque et le partage des photos en ligne était encore très limité. Donc, il y a donc la nécessité de préserver notre patrimoine à travers les campagnes Wiki. Et en cette année encore, donc très récemment, il y a aussi le palais de la reine d'Abu Dhabi qui a été ravagé par un incendie, alors que très peu de documents est disponible aussi. Donc, il est très nécessaire donc de documenter notre patrimoine. Il ne s'agit pas d'une activité culturelle, mais vraiment donc une responsabilité collective. Donc, c'est pourquoi documenter aujourd'hui est essentiel. Cet exemple nous montre que documenter un monument aujourd'hui n'est pas seulement donc une activité, mais elle aide à préserver la mémoire pour les générations futures.
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Soch, je suis membre fondatrice et aussi membre du bureau de Wikimedia Madagascar Community User Group et je vais vous parler du rôle de la communauté dans la valorisation des patrimoines malgaches. Donc notre communauté a 80 contributeurs et on a eu des campagnes sur la documentation et la photographie des musées à Madagascar et on a pu documenter 7 musées dans Antananarivo, mais aussi sur d'autres régions, dans 4 régions de Madagascar. Le rôle de la communauté, c'est d'accompagner les contributeurs à contribuer, mais aussi à avoir des partenariats avec les musées et les entités sur la valorisation de ces patrimoines également.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Et on reste en français avec Jean-Michel et Louis. À vous.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Louis Germain, je suis directeur général de Wikimedia Canada. Je suis accompagné de Jean-Michel Lapointe qui travaille à l'Université du Québec à Montréal. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes heureux d'avoir l'opportunité de vous parler d'une nouvelle initiative canadienne pour stimuler la connaissance libre dans le milieu postsecondaire au Canada. Il s'agit du réseau Wikisavoir, qui vise à mobiliser les projets Wikimedia pour stimuler la science et l'éducation ouverte dans toute la francophonie canadienne. Le réseau est porté par Wikimedia Canada en collaboration avec l'ACFAS, l'Association francophone pour le savoir.
Alors, le réseau est donc porté par les institutions, mais fidèle à la logique du mouvement Wikimedia. C'est un réseau qui se veut auto-organisé et décentralisé. Et il est ouvert à toutes les personnes, évidemment en particulier aux personnes qui travaillent au sein des institutions de recherche et d'enseignement postsecondaire. Au Canada, ça correspond en gros aux universités et ce qu'on appelle au Québec les cégeps, là, des collèges. Mais aussi bien au-delà des personnes qui travaillent dans ces institutions-là. Le deuxième objectif du réseau est d'offrir des opportunités de formation et de réseautage, autant pour les néophytes, donc les gens qui ne connaissent pas les projets, mais qui sont intéressés, qui ne savent pas nécessairement par où commencer, mais aussi pour les Wikimédiens et Wikimédiennes chevronnés qui veulent développer des initiatives dans les institutions ou avec elles. Finalement, dernier objectif, le réseau cherche à favoriser les projets Wikimedia, via les projets Wikimedia, la découvrabilité de la production institutionnelle et des fonds documentaires archivistiques des institutions postsecondaires du pays. Et passons à la prochaine. Alors, j'aimerais relever 3 faits marquants à ce jour du réseau. D'abord, on pourrait dire le moment zéro du réseau, donc son démarrage est finalement, Relève a commencé l'année dernière, en avril, au moment où on a lancé un ouvrage. J'ai malheureusement pas eu la vivacité suffisante pour mettre la photo du livre, ça aurait été bien. Donc, c'est un livre qui s'appelle « Le mouvement Wikimédia au Canada », qui est paru aux presses de l'Université de Montréal. C'est un livre qui est en libre accès. Et ce livre-là est paru cette année en anglais. Il s'intitule « The Wikimedia Movement in Canada », lui aussi en libre accès. Et donc, au moment du lancement de ce livre-là, on a profité pour organiser une demi-journée d'ateliers pour réfléchir à ce qui allait éventuellement devenir le réseau dont on vous parle aujourd'hui. C'est un événement qui a rejoint une soixantaine de personnes, évidemment des gens qui ne venaient pas de partout au Canada, là, donc il y avait une contrainte de ce point de vue-là, donc c'était des gens principalement de la grande région de Montréal, et donc un peu pour pallier à cet enjeu-là géographique, parce que le Canada, c'est un continent, donc on a tenu une activité similaire en ligne quelques mois après pour recueillir finalement les besoins, comprendre quels sont les besoins auxquels pourrait répondre un tel réseau. Donc, autre élément, récemment, en mai dernier, on a tenu une activité, ça c'était un besoin qui avait été identifié par les personnes lors des activités de démarrage auprès des bibliothécaires, des cégeps et des universités, donc de se former à Wikidata, d'essayer de l'intégrer à leurs activités professionnelles, et on a finalement, le réseau a lancé un groupe d'intérêt, éventuellement, qui pourra devenir une communauté de pratique sur Wikidata. Dernier élément, cet automne, à la fin de l'automne de cette année 2026, il y aura un lancement officiel du réseau qui aura lieu fort probablement à l'Université du Québec à Montréal.
Depuis son démarrage, le réseau a cherché à s'ancrer en premier au sein des bibliothèques. Donc, on sait que les bibliothécaires, ce sont des alliés naturels du mouvement Wikimédia. Alors, depuis le lancement, en fait, à partir du lancement qui aura lieu cet automne, nous allons aussi chercher à mobiliser la communauté des chercheurs-chercheuses et des personnes enseignantes. Nous travaillons également à mettre sur place un pendant anglophone au réseau Wikisavoir qui s'appellera le réseau Wikiknowledge. Si vous voulez plus de détails, vous pouvez consulter la page projet du réseau Wikisavoir.
Vous pouvez également venir nous parler et on serait très intéressés de savoir s'il y a des initiatives similaires dans vos pays. Voilà, discutons. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. Wikimania. Thank you. Thank you, Louis et Jean-Michel. And now, place to Pauline. Welcome.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Pauline Rivière, je travaille à la Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève à Paris. La Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève, c'est aujourd'hui plus de 2 millions de documents du 8e siècle jusqu'à nos jours. Pour faire sortir ce patrimoine exceptionnel de nos murs, nous numérisons nos plus belles pièces en très haute définition. Pendant longtemps, nous les avons publiées sur Internet Archive, sur notre propre bibliothèque numérique Genovefa, qui compte aujourd'hui 8500 œuvres du domaine public. Mais très vite, une certitude s'est imposée. Publier sur notre site ne suffisait plus. Pour que ces œuvres vivent vraiment, il fallait les partager là où se trouve déjà le public, sur Wikimedia et sur Wikidata. Et le déclencheur à tout cela a été assez surprenant. En 2025, face à une baisse drastique de nos budgets de numérisation, nous avons eu du temps. Nous avons donc saisi cette occasion pour apprendre à partager nos données sur Wikimedia et sur Wikidata, très bien accompagnés par 2 Wikimédiens que je remercie à cette occasion, Vigneron et Dahan, qui nous ont accompagnés tels des jeunes padawans découvrant cet univers. Ainsi, nous avons commencé le versement de nos collections grâce à 2 outils clés que je vais vous présenter. Le premier outil est un outil, il s'agit de 2 outils libres, c'est pour ça que je vous les présente aujourd'hui. Le premier outil s'appelle NumaHop. Il a été développé par la Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève, la Bibliothèque Sciences Po et la Bibliothèque de la Bulac, 3 bibliothèques universitaires françaises. Et c'est le cœur, en fait, de notre chaîne de numérisation qui nous permet de disséminer nos données sur des plateformes telles Data et Commons aujourd'hui. C'est très simple. Nous récupérons, je vais vous montrer sur la slide après, nous récupérons nos données dans nos catalogues documentaires, là où les données sont déjà bien structurées et bien archivées, et bien décrites, pardon. Elles sont liées au référentiel de données de l'enseignement supérieur et de la recherche français. Et ensuite, nous faisons tout un système de flux de numérisation pour tout simplement vérifier que nos images sont bien produites en très très haute définition, qu'elles sont dans des qualités suffisantes permettant un accès de la meilleure qualité possible ensuite sur notre bibliothèque numérique et sur Commons. Donc concrètement, lors de cette chaîne de numérisation, nous allons structurer la donnée, nous allons la rendre la plus malléable possible pour ensuite la sortir sur notre bibliothèque numérique, puis sur Commons et Wikidata. Concrètement, comment cela se passe ? Aujourd'hui, nous exportons nos données, comme je vous l'ai montré, depuis notre logiciel documentaire, puis nous récupérons en sortie de notre bibliothèque numérique un CSV, tout simplement, que nous avons complètement normé grâce au logiciel NumaHop, qui nous permet ensuite d'intégrer pleinement l'univers Wikidata par un passage via OpenRefine, qui nous permet juste de faire la liaison au référentiel de l'enseignement supérieur et à celui de Wikidata. Nous avons fait au mieux en fonction de nos compétences locales, qui étaient parfois en cours de construction, mais tout cela est possible, puisque nous versons aujourd'hui 150 images par mois sur Wikimedia Commons, et depuis 1 an, nous avons réussi à disséminer 1800 images de notre collection de portraits gravés, dont certaines sont représentées ici. Au-delà des réutilisations sur les articles, ça nous a permis de faire connaître nos collections de portraits gravés, non signalés au catalogue, par exemple, qui sont aujourd'hui fréquemment demandés dans le cadre de prêts aux expositions, ce qui n'était pas le cas avant leur dissémination sur Commons et sur Data. L'impact a été immédiat, si bien qu'aujourd'hui, nous envisageons de disséminer l'ensemble de nos collections numérisées sur ces 2 plateformes, notamment les collections les plus emblématiques de la BSG, comme les incunables et les manuscrits médiévaux. Participer au phare des communs, qui est Wikimedia, nous a permis de trouver un espace où chacun apprend de l'autre et où partager, échanger, écouter, ce n'est pas perdre, mais bien s'agrandir. Et c'est très important de le signaler aujourd'hui, notamment quand des institutions publiques nous assènent qu'il ne faut pas forcément toujours partager et garder notre patrimoine pour nous. Aujourd'hui, nous voulons aller plus loin à la Aujourd'hui, nous voulons aller plus loin à la bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève pour disséminer au mieux les choses plus rapidement, en automatisant encore plus les choses. Nous envisageons notamment d'utiliser directement nos manifestes 3IF pour envoyer des images en très très haute définition, tout en limitant le mouvement des données pour limiter notre impact carbone également. Et nous envisageons de créer un pont direct pour éviter le passage par OpenRefine entre NumaHop et Wikimedia et Wikidata, tout simplement pour avoir une chaîne de numérisation automatiquement automatisée qui nous permet de verser nos données dans des plateformes mondiales. Faire voyager les trésors d'une grande bibliothèque vers l'écosystème libre de Wikimedia, c'est une formidable aventure, car elle permet à chacun de venir semer, partager, cultiver le fruit de nos connaissances, de nos communs. Ça nous permet de voir concrètement que transmettre, c'est transformer et que la culture libre n'est pas une utopie, mais la respiration même du savoir vivant et de notre métier de bibliothécaire. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Pauline. Thank you. And now continuing in English with Richard.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Novell, and I work for Wikimedia UK. I'm here to talk about a project I've been working on with Thomas Flynn. The project explores how the UK GLAM sector approaches 3D data. So what prompted this? Sketchfab is a website for hosting and interacting with 3D files. Since it launched in 2012, millions of users have joined the site, and millions of 3D models have been uploaded there and interacted with. Because it is accessible, more than 230 GLAMs in the UK have used it to share content with the public. Sketchfab employed Thomas Flynn as their cultural heritage lead to support GLAMs. It is a large and complex website, which has an important role for the GLAM sector. Sketchfab did not set out to be a cultural heritage data repository, but many GLAMs treat it that way. In 2021, Epic Games acquired Sketchfab. Epic disbanded the cultural heritage support, and in late 2024, they announced their plan to remove the download function for openly licensed content and emphasize an alternative platform called Fab. It showed a change in priorities and has raised an important question for the cultural sector. What should be done with the 3D data? Wikimedia UK partnered with Thomas Flynn and secured funding from the National Lottery Heritage Fund. We set out to research current approaches to 3D data in the UK GLAM sector and develop a roadmap for sustainable long-term public access. We wanted to know what plans organizations had for alternative sharing of 3D models, what sites are available and under consideration, and what resources GLAMs have to introduce change. This would show how ready the UK heritage sector is for potential disruption. With funding secured, we began the process of collecting data. We conducted a survey with 52 responses, organized workshops for the sector to understand their needs and raise awareness of the challenge, and held interviews for in-depth responses. In total, we worked with people from 82 different UK cultural heritage organizations, giving us a good overview of the sector. We also organized an unconference for people working with 3D data. They brought perspectives from the heritage sector, research and higher education, and digital humanities. We used the event to share early results and to gather further feedback and views for our roadmap. It was noticeable that while there was a lot of experience in the room, and some people have been working with 3D data for more than a decade, there were few opportunities for practitioners to come together and discuss projects and challenges. Through the research, we found that online engagement is the most important reason GLAMs share 3D content. This is encouraging because it's not unique to one particular platform, and potentially, engagement can justify expense. Having said that, the work is often done with no budget and with limited staff time. Most organizations have no formal policy for 3D digital preservation, and most of the people we talked to were not aware of the platform transition. This presents a fragile system where disruption could break how the heritage sector currently uses 3D data to engage the public, closing down an audience. While our results focus on the UK, we expect that the situation will be similar for other countries. In terms of our recommendations, there's likely to be no single platform that can replace what is currently available. Sketchfab developed over years and had millions of dollars of investments, with features for annotation, immersion, and social interaction. It may not be realistic for one alternative to meet all the needs of the GLAM sector in the short term. From a Wikimedia perspective, the potential loss of open licensed files is the greatest risk. Not all content from GLAMs will be openly licensed, but there is an opportunity to put Wikimedia front and center in the conversations about alternatives. The main barrier at this stage is that Wikimedia Commons does not support textured 3D files. Now that works for monochromatic objects like the Venus de Milo, but is unsuitable for the vast majority of 3D files. We have an opportunity, if change can be made to Wikimedia Commons, to involve Wikimedia in this solution and help the sector.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. Now, next, Gonzalo.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Gonzalo. I'm the executive director from Wikimedia Argentina, and I'm walking through our MIL proyecto. To give you a little bit of context, Argentina is a very extensive country. We have over 1,000 museums all across the territory. All of them, as you may know, preserve extraordinary local heritage, but only a tiny fraction of them of their collections are digitally accessible. According to the National Museum Registry, only 13% of the catalog have a photographic record, and only 77% are publicly accessible. After more than 15 years working with cultural institutions in Argentina, we realized that the problem wasn't the lack of willingness. Museums wanted to share their collections online, but they needed an easier way to do it. So Proyecto MIL is our answer to that challenge. Instead of asking museums how to learn Wikimedia Commons from scratch, we adapt the whole process through simple trainings on licenses, photography, categorization, etc. We ask the museums to select a small number of items, representative items, and document them using simple tools like spreadsheets. And then Wikimedia Argentina helps them to publish everything under open licenses. So this project was born from a conversation we had 2 Wikimedias ago with Yolanda Pensa from Wikimedia Italy, and it was kindly adapted and inspired by a project she led in Wikimedia Italy called Empowering GLAM, tutti I musei su Wikipedia. Sorry for my Italian. But why we think it worked in Argentina and why it was successful? I think we have 3 reasons. The first one is that we partnered with the International Council of Museums in Argentina, ICOM Argentina. They already had the trust of museums, so we handpicked in the first phase the first rounds of institutions together, giving priority to those whom ICOM had already some contact. The second part is that we reduced at the maximum the technical barriers. Museums didn't need to become Wikimedia experts because Wikimedia Argentina uploaded the objects using OpenRefine. And third, we work with museums of different sizes, regions, and collection types, showing that this model can be easily adapted to very different institutional realities. After 1 year, 17 museums were engaged, 12 out of 24 provinces of Argentina are represented, and more than 700 images were uploaded. And now local collections are available worldwide through Wikimedia Commons. But the most important result for us was not the number of images uploaded. It was that museums and ICOM Argentina began to see Wikimedia Argentina as a real partner. So what's coming next? So we now want to take the next step, and we're already working with Uruguay and Chile to replicate the model. In Uruguay, the first pilot is coming in the following weeks. At the same time, we're exploring new tools that would allow museums to allow collections easily, and we believe this model can be easily replicated across Latin America. And finally, just a footnote, I wanted to tell you why this is called Proyecto MIL. MIL stands for Memory and Local Identity, which is the main, reflects the main mission of the project, but also in Spanish, MIL means 1,000. Our original goal was to have 1,000 images available on Commons, but we didn't quite reach that milestone during the first year, but something even better happened, is that museums starting to ask to join the project, especially through social media. And today, we are working with over 100 museums that were approaching by them directly from across the country, and we're starting this second phase to make these collections available for all. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you, Gonzalo. Next, we have Lubogang. Welcome.
Good day, everyone. My name is Lebogambo Emo, and today I would like to introduce the Sadila Wikipedia Pencil project, which we call the SWEEP project. This is an initiative that is helping strengthen the digital presence of South African languages on Wikipedia. This project was established in 2023 through a partnership between 3 organizations, which are SADILA, which stands for the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, which provides expertise in language technologies and digital resources in all our South African languages. Then we've got Wikimedia. We know what Wikimedia stands for and what it does. And then the PENSALP, which is the language regulatory body and which regulates all our official languages. Together, our shared goal is to empower communities to create, preserve, and share knowledge in our own languages. Since the project began, SWEEP has produced the results as seen in the slides. One thing I would like to highlight is that Phase 2 alone accounts for almost 3/4 of all edits made through the project, demonstrating how the project has grown significantly as more universities and communities become involved. This project shows that partnerships with higher institutions are an effective model for expanding multilingual knowledge online. But for us, these numbers represent more than statistics. They represent thousands of people who are now able to unlock knowledge in their own languages, and hundreds of students who have learned digital literacy, researching skills, referencing, and open knowledge skills while contributing to Wikipedia. These are some of our pictures. Beyond the numbers, SWEEP has made a broader impact. The project contributes to the development of sovereign language data and digital corpora that supports language technologies for South African languages. One of our proudest achievements has been the transitioning of the isiNdebele language from the incubator to the main space. The isiNdebele language was one of the official languages that was not part of Wikipedia. We also have a university which has integrated Wikipedia editing as part of their work integrated learning program. One of our biggest challenges is editor retention. As SADILA, we have been able to unlock doors that were previously difficult for Wikimedia ZA to access, that is universities. We have thus far visited 21 universities out of 26 universities. We have introduced hundreds of editors. However, bringing new editors into Wikipedia is only the first step. The next challenge is ensuring that these contributors remain active after our workshops have ended. Another challenge is that Wikipedia is still perceived by many first-time users as not being particularly user-friendly for our languages. New editors often find the editing interface intimidating. Finally, there is the challenge of sustainability. We are not sure how long our organizations will be able to support the project. So projects such as the SWEEP demonstrates that organizations need to collaborate and more partnerships need to be developed. Looking ahead, our next ambition is to integrate South African language into Wikipedia, making free knowledge even more accessible because sign language has been proclaimed as the 12th language in South Africa. Now, my challenge to Wikimedia ZA is, how will you ensure that the editors we have activated today are still editing 5 years from now? My second challenge is one of inclusion. If SWEEP has taught us anything, when institutions work together, we can preserve languages. The question is no longer whether we can do it, the question is how far are we willing to go to ensure that every language, every community, and every person has a place in the future of free knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Le Bourgand. Thank you. Next, we have Marta. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marta Rosio from Wikimedia Italia. I'm the GLAM coordinator. And today I'm talking to you about the Wikimedia Italia GLAM call. So GLAMs submit a project to us and we select them and then fund and support them. In 6 years, since 2021, we have got more than 400 submissions and supported 46 projects. From our point of view, it's the point of strength of this model are that it is a consistent model. We do the annual call each year since 2021, and it's already confirmed for the next 2 years, at least. The rules, the funding, and the goals of the call are always the same, so the institution know what to expect. It's a really simple, clear call. The text is about 2 pages with no slang, no Wikimedians slang. The application is really simple, like 6 or 7 questions to answer, and the reporting is light, so no additional weight on the shoulders of the GLAMs. This is the most important slide, in my opinion. It is really wide. Everyone is accepted. There is no barrier of institution types. They can be public, they can be private, they can be really big or really small. They can also not be GLAM. We accept towns, archives, or theater, or association, as long as they have contents that they want to share with us. And it addresses, mostly important, the most common barriers that GLAMs face. So if they don't have instruments, scanners to do a project, they can buy it. They don't have staff, they can hire someone. They have a knowledge gap, we train them. It's really guided, so it's really well documented from the last years. There is written guidelines, there is a help desk that they can contact every time. For the project selected, there is a mandatory online course for the basics, and we do mentoring and monitoring calls with them throughout all the project. So the important message is that from our perspective, the main point is that the project for the GLAMS needs to be worth the effort. So a bit of funding, small funds, can help the GLAMS to do this step more because they are understaffed, they are overloaded, they are poor. And so with a bit of money and a bit of support, they can finally do what they want to do. Everyone says us, okay, we wanted to do this for so many years, but we just couldn't find a way. So with this project, they find a way, and they can start to participate in the Wikimedia projects. And sometimes they stop with this project, and sometimes they will keep on doing it and collaborating with us. And yeah, that's it. No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Grazie, grazie Mark. And welcoming now Jonathan.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan, and I'm an English language Wikipedia editor based in Liverpool, UK. Today, I'm going to be talking about using AI to find notable people who are missing Wikipedia biographies while keeping the writing and editorial judgment entirely human. I write articles about anything that sparks my curiosity, often biographies of contemporary artists or figures from local history. Most biographies I've written have started with the serendipity of me reading a magazine or newspaper, going to check the Wikipedia page, and having that joyful moment that every editor loves. There's a new page for me to write. But there's more news published every day than anyone can keep up with. Somewhere in that news, someone I might care about is now notable enough for Wikipedia. I'd never know unless I spent every day trawling RSS feeds, tallying up coverage, and checking who has an article. Of course, sometimes Wikipedia is missing an article because the sourcing simply is not there. But sometimes the sources are there, and the missing ingredient is that no editor happened to read that obituary, or they assumed there must already be an encyclopedia page for that person. So I built a small tool that uses AI to help discover these gaps. It watches news sources chosen by an editor, looks for named people, checks whether English Wikipedia has an article about them, and produces a short list of people who are likely to now meet notability criteria. The editor can then determine whether to write an article. The AI is used only at carefully defined decision gates, rather than being given free rein to generate content. For example, is this news story really about the same person as an existing encyclopedia article? Or, 5 people are mentioned in a story, who's really its subject and who's just mentioned in passing? Those are trivial tasks for a person, but difficult to automate at scale. And that's one way that underrepresentation happens. Importantly, the tool never edits Wikipedia. The human editor still reads the sources, decides whether the case is strong enough under our normal policies, writes and cites the article, and puts it through the same community processes as any other page. The first article I wrote this way was about Ray Mouton, an American lawyer known for his role in Catholic Church abuse litigation. The tool spotted a New York Times obituary for someone without a Wikipedia article and revealed that reliable sources had existed for years, but no one had connected the dots. I wrote the article myself, and it was later featured on English Wikipedia's main page after the usual community review. The useful role the AI played was that of paying attention, noticing something I might otherwise have missed. The approach is reusable because every editor has different sources they care about. Some wiki projects already do this by hand, compiling lists of missing biographies from subject-specific dictionaries and databases. A tool like this can sit alongside that work, watching sources that rarely reach global front pages. The code is open source if you want to try it, but the exact software is less important than the pattern. Let machines help with monitoring and triage, enabling humans to do the work that requires judgment. I plan on developing this tool further. I'd love for this to become a community resource where editors can subscribe to receive notifications of articles they could write on topics that interest them, with reliable sources already found. Wikipedia runs on volunteer attention, and it's the scarcest resource we have. If AI can do a little more of the paying attention, then editors can spend more time doing what only people can do: exercising judgment, writing articles, and collaborating with each other. Thank you, and please be in touch if you want to talk about AI optimism in Wikipedia projects and beyond.
Great insights. Thank you, Jonathan. And now, our final speakers, Michal and Abir.
My name is Michal, beside me is Abir, and we represent Wikimedia Israel. Today, we are here to present a project that is very close to our heart. Before we describe the project itself, we want to begin with a little context.
Many people outside don't fully realize the demographic reality inside Israel. About 21% of Israel's population are Arab-Palestinian citizens. And yet, meaningful interaction between Jewish and Arab is often limited, and in many cases also tense.
For many young Jewish and Arab, university is one of the first places where they meet each other in a meaningful way, not as a headlines, not as a political category, but as a classmate, colleagues, and people who need to work together. And this is exactly where our project begins.
The project is based on research from the Accord Institute, which studies relations between different culture and ethnic groups in Israel, and works to promote a shared, inclusive society.
The research demonstrated that sharing a campus does not automatically trigger meaningful change. What proved more effective was structured collaboration, people from different communities working together towards a shared concrete goal. So our question was, what kind of initiative could create this kind of meaningful encounter? Our answer was Wikipedia.
The idea is simple but powerful: to turn an academic assignment into a real experience of intercultural collaboration. Teams of Arab and Jewish students work together to write or expand articles in Hebrew and Arabic Wikipedia, or both. Once Israeli universities operate in Hebrew and sometimes in English, the program also creates an opportunity to bring the Arabic language into the academic space. The program is implemented within existing courses as a mandatory assignment. Along the way, students practice academic skills, discussing sources, making decisions, writing, editing, and collaborating.
But the project is not only about skills. Each student brings their own language, culture, and perspective. Together, they need to negotiate content, terminology, representation, and tone. In this process, stereotypes are reduced and openness to dialogue increases. 84% of the students reported meaningful or partial personal ties with peers from the other community as a result of the assignments. But perhaps the most powerful evidence comes from the voice of the participants themselves. Dr. Dan Deutsch from the University of Haifa said, students who had never sat next to each other or spoken to one another before suddenly sat together and bonded. Another student summarized, from here, peace is born.
Wikipedia can be much more than a platform for sharing knowledge. It can also be a space for encounter, collaboration, and trust building. Even though this project was born out of our specific local challenges, we see it as a potential model for countries and communities where different groups live side by side, speak different languages, and do not always have meaningful opportunities to collaborate. Wikimedia projects can offer something truly powerful, a shared task, a shared public contribution, and a shared sense of responsibility to make open knowledge more inclusive.
Nowadays, we develop a model that might fit to other societies, culture, through Wikimedia affiliates and communities, and we hope that soon we'll be able to publish this model. Till then, we invite you to scan the QR code on the screen or visit our website. We will be thrilled to continue this conversation, exchange ideas, and explore possible partnerships with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Stay. We will have the photo. First of all, thank you, all of you, for listening, and thanks for our speakers. That's why I invite them for a photograph of all of them, all of us here. So I invite Jan David, Sviltana, Pavan and Supernabla, Shahen, Mami Osoa, Louis, Jean-Philippe, Jean-Michel, pardon, Pauline, Richard, Gonzalo, Lebogang, Marta, Jonathan, and Michael here. Thank you. Yeah, in the middle, it will be better. Thank you so much. Thanks again. If you want any question, you can reach them outside the amphitheater. Thank you.